with the perfect combination of flavor and refreshment, Budweiser, the great American lager. By Steak and Shake, famous for steak burgers. By Auto Tire, for the lowest prices in town, we shop the competitors so you don't have to. By Chevy, see your Mid-America Chevy dealers or shop and compare at stlchevy.com. And by the State of Missouri Tobacco Quit Line. Call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Dodgers with the best record in baseball at 62-38. And let's meet Joe Torre's lineup here for Game 3. For Kyle Hudson and Manny Ramirez here in the first, Ethier, Blake and Loney, Martin Kemp, and Clayton Kershaw. The pitcher batting 129. And they face Joel Pinheiro, and this is our Domino's first pitch of the game, and it's taken for a ball.
And you always know pretty quick if Pinheiro's got his ground ball working, and the first inning has been his most troublesome. And nothing has been in trouble for him of late as he has pitched very effectively, looking for his third win in a row. Very misleading 9-9 record. The ERA is a better indicator.
There's a ground ball hit to the second baseman tonight, Julio Lugo, for Kyle retired. The Cardinals defensively here tonight as the first out is put away by Lugo. Holiday, Ludwig in center, Nick Stavino in right. DeRosa, Ryan, Lugo, and Pujols. And the battery tonight, Pinheiro and Molina. So Tony La Russa against the lefty Clayton Kershaw, going with that right-handed lineup tonight. And Nick Stavino is the odd man in as Stavino is in right field. Ludwig moves from right to center. Skip Schumacher on the bench, and Julio Lugo is at second base. Here is Orlando Hudson. That pitch right down the middle for a strike. 0-1. Would it surprise you, Al, that the Cardinals are one of 7 teams in the National League that actually have a winning record, an above 500 record against left-handed pitching? There's a fly ball into right center. Stavino won't get it. He cuts it off on a hop, and it's a one-out base hit for Hudson.
It is a little misleading because you normally think about the Cardinals needing Holiday and Lugo to combat left-handed pitching. But early in the season, they had a lot of lefties that they beat up on when they had the great month in April.
Brian Barden was a big part of that. Joe Thurston was hitting righties and lefties at that time as he got off to a quick start. And in a slow start in this series, at least so far, Manny Ramirez, the Cardinals have done a very nice job in keeping him in check.
And we'll find out here because he does have a lot of success against Pinheiro. But as Cal Eldred accurately said, I think Manny's going to find out that this is a little different Joel Pinheiro than he's accustomed to, that he saw in the American League, particularly when Joel was pitching for Seattle.
And you saw the numbers there. He is 1 for 8 in the series against the Cardinals. And Manny takes one just a little bit low. The Dodgers average just about 6 runs per game this season, which is 6th best in the major leagues. They come into play first in average and first at pitching, too.
They have a dominant team with the best record in baseball that they have been totally handled by the Cardinals.
Remarkable, the Cardinals have allowed just 1 run so far in this series as it's 3-0.
And take the Dodgers lightly because even though they've outscored them, 16-1, they were both very close games until you got into the second half. Wainwright last night, remember, he was in a 0-0 ball game going into the 6th.
Cardinals had 1 base hit going into the 6th.
Yeah. And much the same the night before with Carpenter, but see what Pinheiro can do. He has pitched extremely well at home. He's 4-4 with an ERA of 2.40. He's a ground ball master and doesn't walk anybody, and he keeps the ball in the ballpark. That's a good combination.
So 1 out, runner at first. Fouled back. 3-2 now on Ramirez. He's grounded into 4 double plays, and he grounded into a couple in game 1 of the series. 3-2 the count now on Manny, who wears number 99. Famous number in LA, worn by the great one, Wayne Gretzky.
Only 2 for 16 in his last 4 games. 125 average, and that's after having the bruise of his left hand where he was hit by a pitch.
Brendan Ryan trying to peek into Molina to get what pitch was coming, and it's popped up to Brendan. Falls for it, and he's got it. You know, Brendan always hit a mile high. He likes to play on that outfield grass, but he was about halfway on the dirt It was like he was leaning in, trying to peek in to see the signs of Molina, and then he has to not only get that sign, but then flash a sign of his own to Julio Lugo.
That was a major league pop-up.
Yes, it was.
I think he's still wondering if that ball was going to come down.
Andre Ethier, the hitter. 20 home runs, 62 driven in this year, and a .271 average. Hit in the air, but out of play.
It's going to be a real thrill for Brendan Ryan to play against the team he grew up rooting for. I didn't realize this, but he lived about 3 blocks from the O'Malleys.
Is that right?
Yeah, so that was the owner of the Dodgers
for years.
And that, you know, DeRosa's laugh name, like, I'm glad that pop-up was your way.
And the O'Malleys, of course, orchestrated the move from the East Coast to the West Coast. The throw behind and safe. Almost got him.
Oh, very close. He's already picked off 6 runners this year.
I asked Brendan about his favorite players growing up, and he said, "Oh, I was a guy that I bled Dodger blue, and this was awfully close, but the right call at first base." And he said Mike Scioscia was one of his favorite guys, which was a little bit surprising. You wouldn't think that Mike Scioscia would be the guy that would come to mind for Brendan Ryan. He said, but he even said Pedro Guerrero was one of his favorite Dodgers too. That kind of fits Brendan, though, doesn't it?
But you look at those 2 guys, and what a world of difference. You know,
2 sides of the
180
spectrum.
degrees.
Here's a 2-1 pitch now to Andre Ethier. Ooh, just missed. Home plate umpire is Mark Wegner. Tim Timmons at first. Jeff Kellogg is the crew chief. He's at second base, and Rob Drake over at third. Pinheiro has a couple of starts in his career against the Dodgers. And that's taken a little bit low, so a rare walk handed out by Joel. Pitched against him with Seattle back in '06, and then here in '08 against the Dodgers. Went 7 innings in the start last year, 6 innings in '06. 2-0, 4.73 ERA. His career against Los Angeles, and I think he's questioning the strike zone.
Well, Pinheiro is making his 20th start on the season. He's only walked 14 now with that one, and he's had 10 starts without a walk, and twice he's had 4 consecutive games without a walk.
The Cardinals were in postseason play, and you had to figure out who your third starter would be for St. Louis. Pinheiro has made a great case for it right now.
I think right now, just because Loesch still trying to find himself, as he's making about his 4th appearance tomorrow since coming off the disabled list, and has lost 3 straight starts. Pinheiro's my man if it was today.
1 pitch and a ground ball. Brendan Ryan can flip to Lugo. Force play at second. Cardinals coming up in their half of the first. No score here at Busch Stadium. Well, the Cubs, as we showed you just moments ago, 12-0 winners over Houston. So as we speak, they are tied with St. Louis atop the NL Central. Cardinals line up Lugo, DeRosa, and Pujols. Then Matt Holliday off to a great start here in St. Louis. Ryan Ludwig, Nick Stavanoa, Yadier Molina, Brendan Ryan, and Joel Pinheiro. This is Clayton Kershaw. Everything is good about this young man. Hard throwing from the left side. Presented by Marshall Wireless. Those are his numbers. The only problem with him, probably the walks. That's what stands out. At times, a little bit of a lack of control, but he's very, very good.
He's tied for the Major League lead with his walk total. And he's unbeaten in his last 8 starts, going 5-0 with an ERA of 0.92. And that began June 16th. Of course, he made his Major League debut last season against the Cardinals out in LA.
It was this date back in 1996 that Tommy Lasorda stepped down from his post due to health concerns. He was just named number 48 on the list of greatest coaches or managers in the top 50 all time. Joe Torre, by the way, at number 32. Also Hall of Famer Walter Alston just behind Torre at 35. And Tony La Russa, if you're wondering, was number 41.
How about Whitey Herzog on there?
He was not, and it was not just baseball, because John Wooden was tops on that list. 0-2 pitch. I would imagine, though, if it was just baseball related, those managers would be up higher on the list, and Whitey Herzog would probably be part of that top 50.
No doubt in my mind, but I almost wonder if it's kind of a LA or Southern California slant. It's hard to knock John Wooden.
Ooh. 0-2. Lugo, little floater and a base hit. He's the guy that really, in many ways, has been overlooked in these deals. And Julio Lugo has really had a little spark, especially with lefties on the mound. Ramirez, Kemp, and Ethier. Blake, Furcal, Hudson, and Loney, and the battery tonight. Clayton Kershaw and Russell Martin, the auto tire defense for the LA Dodgers. What a statement, though, this would be for the Cardinals if you win tonight, and at least to have the chance now to take 3 or 4, but to win 3 in a row against very good pitching that the Dodgers have had in this series.
Yeah, now they end up scoring 16 runs the first 2 games, but you can't fault the Dodgers, and particularly the starters early in the games. Have been outstanding, but the Cardinals just slightly better.
Also overshadowed has been Mark DeRosa's power. 6 homers in his last 8 games, 4 shy of the New York Mets team total for the month of July, to put that in perspective.
Isn't that amazing, isn't it?
Really is. We'll see the Mets coming up on Tuesday, a night game, Wednesday, the afternoon game. 2 balls and no strikes.
Even with all the injuries, you still got Wright, still got some professional hitters on that team. But
think about this, too. DeRosa's 6 home runs in his first 14 games. That trails only Jimmy Edmonds, who had 13 games to hit 6. For the quickest to 6 home runs to begin a Cardinals career in recent years. Reggie Sanders, 18 games in 04. Dick Allen, 1970. 18 games as well.
1970, Dick Allen, I can't remember if it was 32 or 34 home runs. He ended up at Old Busch Stadium.
And DeRosa hits it out to Manny Ramirez, and the catch is made.
And he missed about the last 6 weeks with a shoulder injury for Dick Allen. And Manny, we play 3 outs in this league.
Since June 15th, 2 of the best pitchers, not just in the National League, all of baseball. You see the records, the ERAs, and where they rank. But what stands out, like we talked about, the walks. And Joel Pinheiro, 2, as opposed to the 24, the 5th most allowed by Clayton Kershaw. That's our Toyota keys to the game, the starters tonight.
And for the season, Kershaw is tied for the most walks in the major leagues, but it can be effectively wild.
Here is Albert Pujols. Since Holliday, Lugo, and DeRosa played their first game together, the Cardinals against left-handed pitching, 21 for 59. That's a .360 average. That is a huge difference, and that's a telling stat, no doubt. Pujols breaks his back but picks up the base hit. That's good to see. Albert has been struggling, and it brings in the red-hot Matt Holliday.
Albert's had some success against Kershaw, and Holliday coming up has been much the same. He's got late action on his fastball. They wanted that ball further inside. Albert, after a high pitch being called a strike, goes after this one in the middle of the plate. Almost sounded like he broke his bat, but he gets a single out of it.
Well, I think he definitely did. Holliday has his average up to 298. He was talking before the game about his energy level and coming to the ballpark. He can't wait to get to Busch Stadium. He's been energized by this atmosphere and the fan base, and we're expecting right around 40,000 again tonight.
Well, Matt and De La Rosa were talking last night. You know, they're standing there during the national anthem. They kind of said, you know, look at this, hour and a half rain delay, and we got 40,000 plus in here on Tuesday night. They just couldn't believe it.
Holliday hits it foul, and I want to go back to facing lefties just for a moment. Let's just say that the Cardinals do get into postseason play, and let's say you're facing the Phillies. Now they have added a Cy Young Award winner in Lee from Cleveland, the lefty, and also Cole Hamels. So you feel now that you can at least match up a little bit better against those lefties.
Jamie Moyer is on that. He'd be taking Social Security by postseason time, but
Jamie Moyer and Cliff Lee and Hamels. We've seen Blanton. He's had success against the Cardinals, and don't forget Pedro Martinez.
You are hoping, aren't you? You hope he goes out and throws a perfect game the first time so you can rub it in.
Rub it right in your face, Hrabowski. I'll tell you what.
Well, the odds are going to be in my favor.
Yes, they are. Unfortunately, I saw him on tape the other day.
Oh, you did? I made the assessment without seeing him. You're backtracking now that you saw him.
I'm backtracking, definitely. 2-2. What do you think about Happ, too, as well with the Phillies? He looked very good briefly, albeit briefly, in that start last time out against the Cardinals. And the Dodgers, of course, Kershaw and Wolf, the two lefties that they possess. 2-2. Holliday out to center field. And it is caught on the run by Matt Kemp. That ball just kept on carrying. A line drive shot off the bat of Matt Holliday. And that almost got over his head.
And he almost misplayed it as his initial steps were in a little bit. And then he tracked it and went back on the ball. At the last second, reaches up and uses all that frame to haul it back in.
Now, that was very similar to his first at-bat in the series with the one that was hit right at Kemp. And it just never seemed to come down. It just kept on going.
Right, and that one got over his head. That's why it seems like he's been playing a little deeper with Holliday since that first at-bat, the liner, and got the Cardinals on the scoreboard in his first at-bat as a Cardinal at home. Numbers don't look too bad now, do they? 17 home runs, 65 RBIs, 271 average, and it's on the climb.
Tony was saying after the game last night, it undoubtedly was the biggest hit in the game. The Cardinals said the bases loaded. They walked Holliday to get to Ludwig, and he made him pay. Lugo back in safely at second base.
That statement there kind of reminds me of the first time I saw the Dodgers bullpen coach pitch for the Dodgers, Ken Howell. A real hard thrower. Came in after a game at Dodger Stadium and said, boy, I really like that guy. And Whitey said, Al, a blind man could scout that guy. All you have to do is listen to the pop of the glove.
There's certain guys, I remember when Ankiel, if you were down when he was doing a bullpen or just playing catch a lot of times, he'll spin off a breaking ball and you can hear it. You can hear it, the seams ripping through the air when he spins it off and breaks it off out of his hand.
Yeah, and I know you can smell the burnt wood on the foul ball too, can't you?
Here's a fly ball out to right. And Andre Ethier makes the catches. Al is not a big fan of the breaking ball. No score. baseball experience. It's over at the library downtown, and that's one of the shots that you'll see if you head over there. And, of course, the history of the St. Louis Stars and Cool Papa Bell. They did a great job with that exhibit. I'm sure it's something that Buck O'Neil would be proud of.
Cool Papa Bell was so fast he could turn out the light and jump in bed before the room got dark.
How many of the Negro Leaguers did you have a chance to visit with and maybe just
Not
play
enough.
catch with and talk to, those kind of things? Be coached by?
Not enough. Of course, I knew Satchel Paige.
What was that experience like?
Well, that was when I was playing for Tulsa. And Warren Spahn was the manager. And Satchel was sort of our honorary pitching coach that he really hung out with the grounds crew and everything. So I really didn't have that much in exchange with him. But, remarkable. And I remember talking with Whitey Herzog about him because he saw him play for the Kansas City Monarchs and just talked about his unbelievable pinpoint control. And Roy Campanella was a guy that I got to meet, but it was after his unfortunate accident.
Base hit into right off the glove of Lugo for James Loney. And a base hit, no air on the play.
I did meet Cool Papa Bell, and really wish. It was kind of unfortunate when he got elected in the Hall of Fame. They basically kind of found him. He was working almost as an obscure janitor in the city, whether it was a police department or city hall or something like that. And so the last few years of his life, he was celebrated and got honored a little bit, and was recognized for his great achievements.
That photo you just saw was Cool Papa Bell, 1928 St. Louis Stars, which is also part of the exhibit.
And you forget about guys like Mays and Henry Aaron. Wow, those guys were young players in the Negro Leagues, but didn't stay there very long before they were, after the integration, were allowed to come into the big leagues.
And the St. Louis Stars, originally they were known as the St. Louis Giants.
And the one guy I wish I knew more about, and it's always intrigued me, was Josh
Gibson. Yeah, I'm with you. 2-0 the count here on Russell Martin.
And I apologize to one of our great fans because I've said that before. And a gentleman, I'm assuming, sent me a book. But with a house under construction, it's on my projects to, once we start unpacking and reassembling my office, I will read that book on Josh Gibson.
Buck O'Neil scouted and signed Lou Brock.
Yeah, and I met Buck in the 70s. First time I ever met him was at a banquet here in St. Louis honoring Lou, and when Buck came in was kind of the featured speaker, and what a storyteller.
I was going to say, did he wow the crowd? He had to have. He was unbelievable. Even at 90, he was so sharp.
But just the way the inflection of his voice.
Right at DeRosa for the out.
And then when you get the unrated version, as you see the line drive, and DeRosa get it to the side, so he's in a better throwing position if he chooses to try and complete the double play. When you get the adult version from Buck O'Neil, it's even more colorful.
I can only imagine. You're right. What a great storyteller. What a great man, and wonderful job he has done with the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum in Kansas City. It is wonderful. I know some of the players have, when we go into interleague play, they make sure and make a stop by there. And Tony La Russa has advised the players to do it. Take it in and learn about the history of the Negro Leaguers. Here's an 0-1 pitch with one out.
You'll love this then, because I was talking with some of the Dodger coaches today, and they were talking about a young pitcher went up to Koufax, and Koufax is like an instructor in spring training. Very, very interesting man, and
very private man,
and very private, but yet he's come in those sessions, when players come up to him and want to talk to him, he's very receptive and gives a lot back. But this young pitcher came up to him and asked him about how his pitch and his philosophy and everything like this. And after listening to Koufax, he goes, "That might have worked for you, but I don't think it'll work for me."
Oh, okay.
And walked away.
Makes you cringe, doesn't it?
And they're going, "Yeah, the players are a little different."
I wonder what Larry Boa thought of that. Was he the one that told you?
Yes.
Okay. I figured as much.
I can't tell my next story now because I wasn't going to name the coach.
Nice play by Brendan Ryan as he snares that out of the air on that line drive, and there's 2 away.
Larry Boa is very impressed with Brendan Ryan and really likes what he has seen from Brendan.
Hard not to like what you've seen. He has just been terrific in this series.
No, and he saw the air yesterday, had no problem with it, has no problem with him throwing down sideways. It was very complimentary.
The Dodgers did the unthinkable this year as they moved from Dodger Town.
Right.
But it only made sense to be closer to their fan base.
And how Dodger Town was, I think it was an old Air Force base, but it was an old military base. But because the Dodgers were first to integrate, they had to find some place to house the players.
Pujols off a couple of steps at first base, and you wonder if he should play behind with the pitcher up in this situation, left-handed bat.
I would think so. And get yourself in a better defense position. You can still keep that runner extremely close. And remember, you got a great weapon behind the plate, Molina. So, in many cases, you would prefer if they tried to steal.
Here's a 1-2 pitch, and a swing and a miss. First strikeout for Joel Pinheiro. The African American baseball experience here in downtown St. Louis, and we hope you take it in. And can't catch the Cardinals TV broadcast? Catch all the action on your computer at MLB.tv. And catch over 100 live out-of-market games per week. For complete details, visit STLCardinals.com. That's where baseball is always on. Nick Stavanoa in right field tonight. He'll lead it off for the Cardinals in their half of the second inning. Stavanoa, Molina, and Brendan Ryan. If anybody can reach, then Joel Pinheiro. No score here in the second inning. First pitch to Stavanoa. Taken a little bit high. A swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Cardinals with some decisions to make upcoming. As Troy Gloss right on cue. Tom Mee, our director, thinking along. What to do with Troy Gloss and also what to do with Khalil Green.
Well, I think they're going in opposite directions as Troy Gloss has been brought back, stopped his rehab to be reevaluated. As now it's not so much his shoulder, it's now he's experiencing lower back problems. And he's, missed a doubleheader, came out of a doubleheader, hadn't played for a few days, and so they have stopped his rehab. Where Khalil Green has had back-to-back home run days. And I think he was 4 for 5 2 days ago, and hit a home run that day, and hit another home run last night.
So here's Molina.
And his time is up on the 31st.
Right.
Friday.
So could see a shift with what we see with the big club is Green could be called up, and of course you'll have Mitchell Boggs make the start. So you will see some type of movement for Tony La Russa's squad. A 1-0 pitch now to Molina, who's hitting .285 on the year.
It seems like it's very difficult to have Wellemeyer, Thompson, and Blake Hawksworth all in the bullpen as longmen.
The 2-0. And that's the point. They all serve that similar role.
Which Cardinals have pitched so effectively, it's questionable whether you really need that guy. But Dave Duncan obsessed of having that protection.
The 3-0 pitch to Molina, right down the middle, and a strike.
The key about Kershaw is his ability to get his secondary pitches over. He's got a good, live, late moving fastball, but can he get the other off-speed pitches over for strikes?
And that pitch is a strike on the corner, 3-2. See why the Dodgers love this guy.
Yeah, can he throw it? The breaking ball's tempting enough to where you'll swing at it.
And Molina, late on the swing, hits it out of play. Kershaw is 6'3", 225 pounds, from Dallas, Texas. He was the 7th overall pick back in 2006. And he is only 21 years old. The 3-2 pitch. And he comes back to get him. And back-to-back strikeouts. During tonight's game, you can chat with Fox Sports Midwest announcers and other Cardinal fans via our Cardinals Live blog. Pat Paris, Jim Hayes, Cal Eldred, and Ricky Horton will answer questions about the game. It's our Cardinals Live blog, and find it on our webpage at foxsports.com/Midwest.
It's early, but Washington has jumped out on top of Milwaukee 4-0.
I have not heard yet, Al. Maybe you know. But coming to the ballpark, still a decision to be made about Roy Oswalt in this weekend. So whether or not he would make his start.
I was under the impression that he was being flown back to Houston to be evaluated. But it seemed like it'd be very difficult. They are listing Mulder, Wandy Rodriguez, and pitcher to be announced. That would be his spot on Sunday against Wainwright. But I think there would be no question that he would take the time off. It was any other opponent
right
outside of the Central Division, and possibly only the Cardinals.
And that pitch is taken high.
So that's the breaking ball that, can he command that or make it look good enough to get guys to chase?
Ed Wade said today that the exam did go well. He's getting treatment and that he's on track to make the start, but still up in the air. Fisted out to shallow right. And the center fielder over to make the catch, Matt Kemp. and by the Casino Queen Hotel and Casino, home of the Losers Slots. Pittsburgh was busy today concerning trades, as former batting champion Freddie Sanchez goes to the Giants for a Double-A pitcher, one of the top prospects for the Giants, Tim Alderson. So Freddie Sanchez no longer with the Pirates, and the Mariners made a trade with the Buccos as well. As for Cowell, shoots one foul down the left field line. The Mariners acquired shortstop Jack Wilson, also Ian Snell from the Pirates in a 7-player trade Wednesday. It also included former #1 draft choice Jeff Clement. Ronnie Cedeno part of that deal. So how does that affect the Cardinals? The Cardinals will face Pittsburgh on the next road trip. You can look at it two ways. You get a team that's going to be motivated with young players trying to make a name for themselves, or you're getting a team in the Pirates that's essentially a AAA team that you're playing.
Well, we've also seen many times where the Cardinals really struggle against a guy that they have very little information, or a guy making their major league debut.
I would have loved to have seen what Dave Duncan and the Cardinals coaching staff, what they could have done with Ian Snell after the way he pitched against the Cardinals.
We kind of talked about that, but probably would have been the wrong thing for the Pirates to do, is trade in the division and be reminded about how talented he is.
Here's Hudson, little chopper to second base, and Lugo puts him away. The Cardinals Alumni Kids Clinics are coming to Chesterfield on August 4th and 6th. Boys and girls ages 7 to 13 can learn baseball fundamentals from former Cardinal greats like Ricky Horton, John Mabry, Kerry Robinson, and more. Number to call, 345-9891, or visit STLCardinals.com. You haven't seen them yet, but you hear the crowd, you know who's coming up. It's Manny. Ramirez hit it a mile high first time up as he popped out to short. 2 outs, nobody on, and the first pitch is a strike. And you mentioned it, Al, how Pinheiro winds up at the end of the game with great numbers, but sometimes it just takes him a little bit to get settled in. It looks like he's starting to do that now.
Well, by far in the first inning, he's allowed his most runs. And he's making his 20th start. In his previous 19, he's allowed 15 first inning runs. After that, the most he's allowed in an inning is 8. And that was in innings 5 and 6.
You know that's a close pitch when the umpire turns his head, saying, I want to call this a strike, but I just can't quite do it. It's Pinheiro. He's 13 for 30. 1-2 pitch. It's pinpoint control, but doesn't get the call. 2-2.
Not much Manny will be able to do with a pitch like that other than pound it in the dirt. And that's why Pinheiro threw it exactly where he did.
Strikeout of Ramirez, who's now 1 for 10 in the series. The big bets coming up. Charities to Busch Stadium for Cardinals Live. PetSmart Charities adoption centers are available 7 days a week in every PetSmart store. So if you're thinking about welcoming a loving dog or cat into your home, visit a PetSmart store. For more information about Purina Pro Plan, support adoptable pets, visit PetSmartCharities.org.
And I walked in.
Rascal and Manny.
I walked into Haggie's office and I was greeted by Rascal and Manny. We have truly gone to the dogs, haven't we?
How about Cal? He's really on both sides of what we do. It's Cal Eldred.
He looked very tentative for an Iowa boy, petting those animals.
So.
You know,
big strapping man like Cal.
You know, I think it's Rascal is a Shepherd Akita mix. Always loved the Akitas.
Well, Cal, that's interesting you say that, Al, but Cal Eldred is wearing a uniform before the games, and then he comes to our side of things and puts on the Fox-issued black shirt.
For Cabana.
There's Ricky.
Don't like Jim?
Got to be honest, I'm on TV. They're blogging up there.
You know what a Akita is, don't you, Dan? I know you have the beautiful golden retrievers.
I got 2 of them.
Akita was bred for hunting bears in Japan.
That's a baseball fun fact for you.
Yeah, but they really are a great family dog.
Swing and a miss by Pinheiro. We're back to the top of the lineup. And Jim, what's the topics that you're blogging about?
Well, first off, I don't know if the cameras caught it, but I was pretending that Rick Horton said something funny. That was not actually a funny comment made by Rick. We were acting, Cal and I. I got off the blog for a minute because Max and Brad were discussing Mighty Ducks 2, the remake of the fine movie. So I got off the blog for a while.
So you're not blogging about the game.
Is that what example? What's tweed? Tweeding?
No, tweed is a kind of jacket, I believe. It's a
no, that's tweed. That's tweed, not
no
tweeting.
one's tweeting. It's a little warm for that. There probably is some tweeting going on. Earlier we were discussing Troy Gloss being here. A couple other items we were discussing Joe Torre and my thoughts on him. But then there was a movie discussion. I just took a little break and I began to look for a tweed jacket.
1 ball and 2 strikes, and that's a shot right at you, Al, I believe.
Well, I wonder why there were no cats here tonight.
Well, tonight was a dog adoption.
And Lugo takes a ball outside, 2-2.
Very insightful, isn't he?
So Julio Lugo, Al, with a base hit back in the first. I saw Skip Irwin up there, who's been a longtime member of the media. And I know Skip was hoping to visit with you later, Al. You could sit down and have a little dinner, and he wanted to talk about this Cardinals team with all these trades. There's a ground ball hit to for Cowell. And Lugo is 1 for 2, and it brings in DeRosa.
Kershaw is also starting to settle in. There's Skip. So does a radio show here. How many years did he do basketball here in St. Louis? Being a native St. Louisan.
And that pitch is taken for a strike. I don't know, but it was decades for Skip Irwin.
Very nice man.
Very much so. Always willing to shake hands and visit. As DeRosa hits a high fly ball out to right. And the catch made by Andre Ethier. No score here in St. Louis. August 2nd is the Build-A-Bear Workshop Day at Busch Stadium. 12,000 kids ages 12 and under with a paid admission get a very limited edition Cardinals pup. Number to call is 345-9500 or visit us online at stlcardinals.com. After the game, you can run the bases as well. Ice cream sundae, and it's also a family Sunday. So if you purchase a terrace or pavilion reserved seat on Sunday afternoon, this Sunday against Houston, you get a free hot dog and soda. And the Cardinals have made it very affordable to come to the park this year. Ludwig makes the catch on the run. So Ethier is retired for the first out, and it brings in Casey Blake. GMC quote: he pitches as though he's double parked. Vince Scully, the great Vince Scully, on Bob Gibson, our GMC quote of the day. You grew up in Southern California, Al, and you grew up listening to Vince Scully.
Yeah, and even when once I was signed by the Cardinals, I am smart enough to leave. I left, but haven't been back. But even when I was with the Cardinals, go to Dodger Stadium, I always made sure we had a radio down in the bullpen to hear great storytelling.
The best.
Oh, I mean, to me, Jack Buck is the best. Always when you put the play-by-play in there, and Scully was such a colorful storyteller, and he could weave his stories right in the middle of a game, and it was just so entertaining.
And this is hit out to center again. Ludwig can't make the play, gets by him and into center field as it rolls to the wall. Blake on his way to third, and he's in there safely.
Well, single played into a triple, but you cannot be disappointed with the effort by Ludwig. Earlier in game one of the series, he made a similar type play like this out in right field. This one gets by him, and if you're playing center field and this ball gets by you, you're in trouble. No one really to back you up. And Blake ends up with the triple with one out. So we're going to have to see Pinheiro really do some pitching. This is when, as a pitcher, you really got to concentrate and say, I appreciate that effort. I know, he wanted to do the best. He wanted to catch that on the line for me or knock it down. Didn't happen, but I'm going to show him how good I am, and I'm going to make sure this guy doesn't score.
Well, we talked so much last night about the 6-run six for the Cardinals, but the top of that inning, you might remember they had first and third, only one out, and Wainwright got out of that game.
That's right. So, I mean, you really just control what you could control, and that's Pinheiro with the batter.
And it's a 1-0 Dodgers lead. Opposite field base hit for Loney and his 63rd RBI.
Takes
so
the
triple
lead.
And now a single, 63rd RBI, 1-0.
And really the ball up, and that's not where Pinheiro necessarily wanted, unless he's trying to get a pop-up in that situation. But he doesn't have his great sinker working here today, and you could just tell that by the amount of fly balls or balls hit to the outfield compared to the ground balls. Pinheiro can dial it back in. He gets a double play right now off the bat of Martin.
So 1-0 Dodgers, and they finally feel like they can at least be in a better spot in the last couple of nights when they were blown out late in the game. He lined out back in the second. There's been some hard hit balls right at the Cardinal infielders. One at Brendan Ryan, one at DeRosa. One ball, one strike. Cardinals starting staff has worked National League high 630 plus innings this year, and they've had a league best 44 wins, and their ERA, these starters, at 3.65, third best in the National League.
That's such a key stat, And from what we hear about how Torre is using his bullpen, I'm sure there's a stark contrast between the Cardinals innings by the starters versus the Dodgers.
You think about Carpenter tied for first in ERA. Wayne right now has dropped to 2.80, and Pinheiro at 2.95 at the start of play tonight. So this era of baseball, to be under 3, that's not shabby.
No, not at all. And in the 70s, if the guy won 20 games and he had an ERA at 4, he was kind of laughed at. But it's a little different scenario today.
2-2. Rick Honeycutt, we saw him in St. Louis during into his career.
It's probably the first year or so when Tony came to St. Louis, and even then he was an extension of Dave Duncan as a pitching coach. He's a good one.
Here's a ground ball and a potential double play. Lugo gets it, double play, 6-4-3. Loney had faked going to second as if he was going to steal. He stopped, and it's a double play. Well, you'll see here that Loney started to go to second, stopped, and all of a sudden you've got yourself a double play. 6-4-3 on the double play.
Made it look pretty easy, but that was not that easy play for Brendan Ryan. The backhanded flip, and Lugo gets it over to him.
Exmo Camp presented by Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill, 1 block south of the ballpark on Broadway. Right down the street. Pujols, Holiday, Ludwig. 3 big bats for the Cardinals as we play here at Busch Stadium in the bottom of the 4th. 1-0 Dodgers. And the RBI by Loney.
Last base runner and last hit by the Cardinals was off the bat of Pujols.
And that floats in there for a strike. It's a broken bat, single to left, first time up for Albert. And pulled foul into the Dodger dugout. Seems odd when you watch the Dodgers take BP and you see Don Mattingly wearing Dodger blue.
There's Schmidt there.
0-2 pitch.
Tried to go up the ladder on Albert. I don't know if that's a good idea. He is so good at hitting the ball up. Getting the ability to stay on top of that and hit it for a line drive, even knock it out of the ballpark. Also, Martin's glove at the last second, he'll flash a sign up with it, trying to go up the ladder.
And Pujols is 9 for his last 40. All have been singles, no extra base hits. He does have 7 walks. And since new cleanup man Matt Holliday arrived from Oakland, Holliday hitting behind Albert has 5 doubles and 4 singles in 5 games. The 2-2 pitch. Pujols, there's your extra base hit. Into the left field corner. Manny Ramirez just jogging after it. And he'll take it out of the left field corner. And Pujols has a double to start things off. Saturday afternoons are made for baseball. This week, Fox brings you the national game of the week as Manny Ramirez and the Dodgers head to Atlanta to take on the Braves, or the Royals battle Evan Longoria and the Rays. Yankees square off against the White Sox. Fox Saturday Baseball, 3 Central on Fox. Check local listings for the game and start time in your area. I want to remind folks that the Cardinals initially were scheduled to play a Saturday afternoon game. That is now at 6:15. The game will be seen on Fox Sports Midwest, 6:15 this Saturday. Holliday takes a ball low. Hit one to deep center field, first time up. Pujols, by the way, is hitting right around 321. That would put him nearly 30 points behind Manny Ramirez.
Well, you know Albert's going to get hot again. And hopefully tonight is the start of that, as he's 2 for 2 with a single and a double. Now we'll see if Holliday can continue his good hitting with Albert hitting in front of him. And this is going to be a key inning. And a good start with the double by Albert.
Holliday looking for that first Cardinal home run. 2 balls and a strike. San Diego's jumped out to a 5-1 lead. That's now in the 8th inning over the Cincinnati Reds. Washington leads Milwaukee 4-2. And he mentioned that the Chicago Cubs won 12-0 today over Houston.
Ball behind. Great hitters count, 3-1.
Ryan Ludwig on deck. And that's ball 4. So a double, a walk, and now a chance for Ludwig to atone for the ball that got by him in center field.
And we started off showing a graphic of how well he's hit this year when someone walks ahead of him. Over 400, and much the same scenario as last night when he got his 2-run single to break open a scoreless tie. They walked Holliday intentionally, and then Ludwig delivered that ball up the middle.
You see he's hitting 348 with runners in scoring position, first and second, nobody out in the Cardinals half of the 4th. First pitch to the Cardinals center fielder tonight is a strike.
Generous strike on the breaking ball. Appeared to be up a little bit.
Oh, 1 pitch. Ludwig with a high fly ball into shallow right field. Ethier there. So pitch by pitch in that at bat, and it's presented by Chevrolet. Kershaw to Ludwig.
Let me see if this off-speed pitch, a breaking ball, looked like it was a little bit high, but it's called a strike. Then a breaking ball that's a little more down a little bit, gets underneath it, pops it up into shallow right.
Two buddies, Pujols and Ramirez. Here's Stabanoa. There's a good chance, even if Kershaw wasn't on the mound tonight, that Ankiel would not have played, dealing with that groin injury.
And I think they're kind of stated that he wouldn't start until as early as tomorrow.
The 0-1 pitch. Stabanoa breaks his bat to short. Out there on to first, and they got him. Double play, 6-4-3. Inning started with promise. but it ends with a 6-4-3 double play. Cardinals have been out hit 4-3, and after 4 they trail 1-0. SN and join the next generation of fantasy football. Matt Kemp will be the hitter. 1-0 Dodgers as we play here in the 5th. Going into last season, Kemp was expected to battle for a corner position, and all of a sudden he found himself in center field in competition with Andruw Jones. And Jones, of course, a terrible year. Dodgers cut him loose, and he's been playing with Texas. Midwest City, Oklahoma.
Kemp has just been having an outstanding season and tremendous numbers, particularly considering an 8th place hitter.
Was a standout in both baseball and basketball. Teammate of Sheldon Williams, who's in the NBA. Those two in high school. Kershaw on deck, and then we'll see the top of the lineup. First time up, he lined out to short. A lot of double plays, Al, in this series.
Well, it's dominated by pitching.
0-2. Grounder foul.
Particularly Carpenter and Wainwright, both of them early goings. They had a lot of base runners, but they came up with a key pitch to keep them off the scoreboard.
Well, the weather we have had here in town has just been incredible. I'm sure one of the factors as to why the fans have been turning out. And tomorrow is the Bank of America pin night. That's the final pin in that All-Star collection. This one will celebrate the 09 season. We're expecting big crowds tomorrow. Another big crowd tonight, and there still are good seats available. STLCardinals.com, your best bet to get them.
And a lot of good seats over the weekend. Cardinal fans want to root their team on for a little payback against the Astros for what they did last week down in Houston.
Well, you talk to the players too, and they'll tell you that playing at Minute Maid Park has just never been easy. You know, even when they've had their great teams, the not so great teams, doesn't matter. You know, that place gets loud, and it's just not an easy place to play at. Celebration of a Cardinals All-Star summer. Coca-Cola recognizes past and present Cardinals All-Stars in the Midsummer Classic. It's a collectible 3x5 banner. It's really nice looking. 25,000 fans ages 16 and older on Friday, August 14th will get this, and the banner features Medwick and Simmons, Pujols, Stan the Man, Ozzie, Suter, Gibson, and it's brought to you by Walmart and Coke Zero. So pin night tomorrow, and good seats available at STLCardinals.com. The Coke Pavilion is packed tonight. Talked to a lot of folks out there that tell us that's a great place to watch the game.
Daughter Nikki had seats right up here in the Cardinal Club section for the All-Star game. They also had some seats out there in the Coca-Cola Pavilion. That gave her her choice, and she took the Coca-Cola Pavilion.
How about the walk-up we had on Monday? I mean, that was the biggest we have seen. I mean, not just this year, in a couple of years, all the fans lined up outside of Busch Stadium to get tickets.
And Card fans in this economy have been amazing, but they just keep on coming. It's even been stronger since the acquisition of Matt Holliday.
As Bill DeWitt said, and he was being interviewed by a number of the media outlets, he said, without the fans coming out, and we have surpassed our expectations of what we were projecting. There's a strikeout of Kershaw. Wouldn't have made these deals, he said, but we got the money coming in. The tickets are being sold.
Dan, if you think about it, ever since Bill DeWitt's ownership group has taken over, you know, they have, as the fans come through the turnstiles, they have turned around and invested that money into higher quality of players. They really have.
Think about it, and to me it goes back to the McGuire years. When you got McGuire and you started consistently drawing 3 million fans, then you went out, you got Darryl Kyle, you got Veers, you got Vina, you started to win. And with those teams that kept on winning and the ballpark was filled, better players were coming through.
Remember the last year of Anheuser-Busch, and they were a great ownership group, which the last year that they owned the ball club, the payroll was under $30 million.
Right. Strike two for Kyle, 0-2. Twice he is grounded out to second. I want to mention too, the half price nights, family of 4 can come to the ballpark for only $30. And the next one is August 10th against Cincinnati.
No way. Tell me that again.
Family of 4, Al.
So that's 4.
Kids tickets start at $7.
So we got 2 of them.
So Johnny and Susie,
that's 14.
$14, and your terrace or pavilion reserve seat, $8. 15. Al, there you go. Okay.
No, 14.
Al,
14 and 16.
I went 8 and 7. I got mommy and Susie.
Okay, I got you.
But if you want to do it that way,
you just want to split up the family. Okay, I understand that.
You guys in shock listening to this. Let's slowly hit. This might be a base hit. Pinheiro, no play. So a bunt base hit, so to speak.
He can get his infield hits or swinging bunts. And Pinheiro, in my mind, the best fielding pitcher of the Cardinals. He had no chance.
We've got the autograph night coming up on Friday as well, and Whitey Herzog will be out there.
Yeah, I see Whitey is in attendance again tonight.
He's scouting? What's he doing?
No, he just loves baseball.
You see him here all the time.
And he's got a gentleman sitting next to him from Nebraska that they roomed together for 6 years in the minor leagues.
Is that right?
Yeah.
2 outs and a runner at first, 1-0 Dodgers. And this is Hudson, who's singled back in the first and also grounded out to second. Good pitch. And Ramirez on deck. Two outs, runner at first, and Pinheiro steps off the rubber, didn't like what he saw, just to get his pitch. Taken low in the dirt.
Now he can really shut down a running game, and It's to the point where teams don't even try to steal off him. As we talked about, Foucault had a stolen base. I believe it was last night in the series. And there's another strikeout. This strikes outside, but poor percentage of success.
That's 5 strikeouts tonight for Joel Pinheiro. You're going to know why here in a second. Watch this.
Maybe he's feeling a bit ill.
That sat there on the plate until Russell Martin, after about 5 warm-up tosses, finally got it out of the way. And then we saw Joe Torre visit with the home plate umpire.
Well, an umpire may think that that's showing him up, but
how else would you take
I'm
it?
trying to tell you that now I understand why the Dodgers are traveling a female psychologist. Sports psychologist.
I'm all ears.
And some of the coaching staff were very supportive of, bringing in new ways to help.
Out to center field, off the bat of Molina. What does a sports psychologist have to do with that?
Well, after this date in history, maybe we'll find out.
The Cardinals deal 3 players, including Polanco, for 27-year-old third baseman Scott Rowland back in '02. Are schnooks this date in baseball history?
Oh, but they're traveling a female psychologist that apparently is going and talking to the coaches and saying, you can't be too hard on this guy. He's a little sensitive. It's going over well with some of them.
I'm not really connecting the dots, though, with Hudson dropping a wad of chew on the plate and a sports psychologist. But apparently, you're telling me that the coaching staff, maybe some of them frown upon this, or are they supportive of it?
Well, I think they kind of are trying to deal with it. The modern ball player and his needs.
Okay. Nothing to here on Brendan Ryan.
If Buck O'Neill was here, we could give you the other version. What they really think.
Al, you've gone from the tobacco.
It's just working with you, Dan.
To the psychologist to Buck O'Neill. Now, speaking of Scott Rowland, 2 outs after the ground out by Ryan, the all-righty then. Last all-right-handed lineup was 07. Eckstein, now with the Padres, Taguchi, Pujols, Encarnacion, out of baseball, rolling with the Jays. Ludwig is here, Molina's here, Looper with Milwaukee, and Brendan Ryan is with the Cardinals as they beat the Marlins 6-4. Last check, where is Sotaguchi? I know he was in the minor leagues.
Minor leagues with the Cubs, right?
That's what I thought.
I know he went to spring training with them, did not make the team, and assuming he's at Iowa, but you never know.
And an 0-1 pitch on its way. One ball, one strike with 2 outs. Here's a 1-2. And a swing and a miss as Pinheiro strikes out. Number 4 for Kershaw. Manny Ramirez due up first when we come back. To speed with the AT&T Rapid Rewind. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. 6th inning rolls in here at Busch Stadium. Pinheiro back to work, and it's 1-0 Dodgers. Manny Ramirez, Andre Ethier, and Blake. 3, 4, and 5 for the Dodgers. Tonight, Manny has struck out and popped out to short. LA comes in with the best record in baseball. But are they truly the best team right now to beat with the addition of Cliff Lee to Philadelphia?
And it's a little hard for us to make that determination based on so few games, as we dominated the first 2 games against the Dodgers, where we were handed our lunch in Philadelphia, but we had our 4 and 5 starters going in 2 of those games.
Just missed. 2 balls and no strikes. I mean, he just missed. 2 balls and no strikes. Phillies now with Cliff Lee. That's going to be a tough team to beat. Ramirez fights it off for a base hit into right field. And the thing is, Lugo was playing more towards the middle, looked like. There you get a good look at it.
And had no chance, as this ball was further in the hole between first and second. Didn't really hit that hard, but where the position of Lugo, there's no chance to recover.
I was about to say, though, with the addition of Cliff Lee and not Holiday, as in Roy, they didn't have to give up.
Who did they give up for?
Well, they had 4 of their top 10 prospects, but it wasn't their number 1. And Drabek is the guy that everybody's been talking about.
Is that Doug's son?
Yes, it is.
I would assume.
I believe it's Kyle Drabek. No balls and a strike here on Ethier.
His dad was a good pitcher for a long time.
Great pitcher with Pittsburgh. Helped some of those Jim Leyland teams into postseason play. Matter of fact, he had a complete game at Busch Stadium too to clinch the division back in the early 90s. 0-2 the count. Ethier is walked and also flied out to center. The arch is still cut into the grass here at Busch Stadium. Did that for the All-Star game. They've kept it going here in the second half of the season. 82 pitches tonight. That's fouled out of play. Nothing in 2. Cardinals have turned a double play tonight. About to turn another. 4-6-3 double play.
I know that'll make someone very happy. The Cardinals turning this double play. And Carlton Norton is very pleased. Big Cardinal fan on his 83rd birthday. Gets to see that magic by Cardinal defense. They have played some fine defense in this series.
David
Happy
Freese,
birthday, Carlton.
by the way, is 4 for 4 tonight, Springfield, and hit a 450-foot home run. It's good news. He would be one of those guys you'd think about in September.
No doubt.
And an 0-1 pitch to Blake.
And it really has almost been a wasted season for David Freese, as that January automobile single accident where he injured his ankle and Achilles never really healed, and now he's just starting to get healthy after surgery, and hopefully he'll have a good August and get promoted in September.
Fly ball down the right field line. It's slicing and out of play. Really a likable guy too. You were pulling for him beginning of the season, and obviously it didn't work out.
Well, look at how strong we thought third base was. With Troy Glass and David Freese and Brett Wallace.
By the way, Sho Taguchi, we were wondering about him. He's hitting .276, a couple of home runs, 17 RBIs for the Iowa Cubs. He's had 156 at bats for them.
It doesn't sound like he's playing every day there either.
No. And an 0-2 pitch. Pulled foul. Blake has scored the only run this season. 0-2 count. Pretty good numbers at .318 average. 1-2.
Blake, for whatever reason, has struggled here in July. 12 games prior to tonight, just 171 with just 3 RBIs. And still batting under 200 if you go back to his last 26 games.
Two and two.
He was 9 for 20 when facing Pinheiro, but I just think Casey Blake is Manny Ramirez and some of these American League guys are seeing a different Pinheiro.
2-2 pitch. And what are you seeing? A lot of sinkers, obviously, but
a lot of pitches are up. I mean, he just hasn't had the command of the sinker, and maybe he's not getting some of those low calls, and so he's forced to get the ball up a little bit. But the 4 strikeouts, 2 walks. He doesn't walk anybody.
And remember, he had him 0-2. Kyle Loesch and the Cardinals playing Game 4 tomorrow. It's our Bud Light What's on Tap. The difference is drinkability. Dodgers and Cardinals on the air at 6:30 tomorrow. Kyle trying to get back on track after a rough start last time out.
He's lost 3 in a row, and be what his 4th start since coming off the disabled list, so should be back, starting to get into a groove.
Only lasted 4 innings in that last start over the weekend against the Phillies. Turned out to be a 14-6 loss. So 2 outs and a runner at first. 1-0 Dodgers as we play here in the top of the 6th. And Loney looks at a strike.
He's only got 6 ground ball outs, and in the 6th inning you would think he would have at least 12, if not 12 to 15.
Loney 2 for 2 tonight, as he picked up the only RBI, his 63rd on the year. It was back in the 4th inning.
There's another one of those pitches, and it looked like the change up there, that he's getting the ball down where he should. He's not getting calls.
Yep. Two and one. Cardinals will have the top of the lineup coming up. Pinheiro tries to regroup. 2 balls and a strike.
And Atlanta going to go out and kind of slow him down a little bit. Got that good sinker working, and if you can throw a changeup, I mean, that's okay. You don't need all these other pitches if you got those 2 working.
And he occasionally will flip in a breaking ball in there.
Yeah,
just to keep you honest.
Just keeps you honest and show you something else. And if you can flip it for a strike early in the count, it's all the better.
2-1 pitch to James Loney. In the air out to left. Holiday makes the catch. Cardinals have Lugo, DeRosa, Pujols. Albert tonight with a single and a double. He's 2 for 2. 1-0 LA. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by AT&T. Switch to the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. By Dodge, the summer clearance is here. Get your local dealer today and come see the great deals we built for you. And by the new Pina Colada Batista Freeze from Taco Bell. It's seriously refreshing.
Seriously, I think this is the enemy.
Let's hope. Cardinals trail by a run in their half of the 6th.
Got to be a pitching duel, and it really has turned out to be one. And
think about last night through 5 innings. Cardinals with just 1 hit. Then in the 6th, they had 4 hits and 6 runs. And tonight through 5 innings, only 3 hits for the Cardinals against Kershaw. 1 through 5, not so good, but as we talked about, this lineup really grinds through a starter. You see the back end of games in this series, 14 runs. But this guy is impressive, Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah, absolutely. Only 21 years of age. He's won 5 straight in his last decisions with an ERA under 1. And he's trying to win. I think he's like his 5th straight game on the road.
He's 5-0 since the middle of June. The only thing that you really are concerned about with him are the walks. Everything else, he's been outstanding. As Lugo, a check swing, did not go. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lugo tonight, the Cardinal leadoff man at second base, has singled back in the first and also grounded out to short in the third.
He's looking to become the first pitcher in the majors this season to win 6 straight road games.
Lugo, line shot, Hudson, nice play from his knees and makes it. Takes a hit away from Lugo. Gold Glover out there at second base will spend the night under the lights of Busch Stadium when the Cardinals campout returns Friday, September 25th. Courtesy of Bass Pro Shops and Tracker Boats. Tickets go on sale Friday. For more information, visit STLCardinals.com.
And you want to jump on that early. That one always sells out quickly.
Sure does. Now to Rosa, who's fly to left, fly to right, 0 for 2. Again, for folks that want to find out about those ticket deals, STLCardinals.com. Click on the Fan Values corner. And that's a foul ball, not by much.
Ethier didn't give up on that ball either. So a lot of times outfielders assume that's going to go foul, and it was by about a yard or 2. Bounces in the stands.
Oh, and 2 the count. You see, you wanted it elevated on 0 and 2 and got it about the knees.
You know, you talk to a lot of pitchers, you know, they always say you can't pitch up. Well, he's one of the guys you can because he has late movement on his fastball.
And just got a piece to stay alive.
Talking about usually if he has a good game, he's going to have good success with his secondary pitches. He's breaking ball and off-speed pitches. And for the most part, he's throwing those for strikes in good areas.
That's the pitch right there that Martin has been wanting the entire at bat once he got 2 strikes on him.
Yep. This pitch, you change the eye angle, and it's very difficult to lay off it because you see it better. It's high level, but you can't catch up to it.
A fly ball into right. Caught by Ethier. St. Louis Cardinals, the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services, and Fox Sports Midwest have joined together to encourage young people not to smoke, because once you start, it's hard to stop. Strike out tobacco so we can all breathe easier. Call the Missouri Tobacco Quit line, 1-800-QUIT NOW. Two outs, and Pujols pops it up. And the catch made by James Loney. Cardinals go quietly here in the bottom of the 6th, and they trail by a run. And Friday, July 31st, will be former All-Star manager Whitey Herzog from 5:30 to 6:30. And the first 150 people in line will be guaranteed to get Whitey's autograph. For more information and tickets, always visit the website, stocardinals.com. Brendan Ryan to his left. High throw, and he got it. The tag is there. And Martin is out. Let's see where Pujols tagged him as he's checking right now on Martin.
Got him right around the neck and tried to avert the tag and kind of lose his balance, and he's out. Another nice play because Brendan was playing in the hole, so he had a long way to go to his left, throw off balance.
So one out. Nobody on for the 8th place hitter. And a 1-0 pitch by Pinheiro. He has not gotten that call all night, has he?
No. And you know, when you want to live at the knees and you don't get the call, you feel a little bit unnerved, but you know, he's pitching around it.
2-1 with one out.
Nero came into this game his 20th start with only 13 walks, the best in the National League. He's walked 2 here tonight. Only allowed 3 home runs on the season. That's the best in the league.
In the air, out to center. Ludwig. The Dodgers only have 6 hits. The problem is the Cardinals with only 3.
And you go back to Ludwig, you know, and not faulting his effort because he's trying to make a shoestring catch, and you know, at the very least in his mind, he thought he would knock down Casey Blake's single that was played into a triple, and then he came around to score on the Loney RBI. But you know, that's one of those situations where you know, you can't fault Pinheiro. You know, he tried to pitch around it, wasn't able to, but he's really matched Kershaw pitch for pitch.
Foul back, and that's strike 2. Kershaw tonight 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. The Cardinals looking ahead to the bottom of the 7th will have Holiday, Ludwig, and Stavanoa. And he waves at it, and it's time to stretch. Matt Holliday leads it off when we come back. Busch Stadium. Cabot Woodstein legendary performance this date in baseball, 1915. Honus Wagner hits an inside the park grand slam at 41. He is the oldest to hit a homer with the bases full. Cabot Woodstein legendary performance. Honus Wagner.
I'm going to assume they're still playing at Forbes Field. I had a chance to play in that mammoth ballpark. Told you how deep it was to center field that they used to just park the batting cage. Just parked it in center field, just turned it around. The mouth of it would be up against the wall. Never expecting it to be in play.
Was it ever in play that you saw?
Not that I saw, but I didn't see that many games. Manny's been a little disinterested in this series, and there he was playing his normal defense.
And a 1-0 pitch to Holiday. 2 balls and no strikes. This would be the perfect time for his first Cardinal home run.
Oh, I'm thinking with you, partner. Kershaw's only thrown 85 pitches. Pinero's over 100.
Boy, he picks up that front leg, and then when he decides to swing, he just lets it rip. Watch out. So again, the timing mechanism that Matt Holliday uses, we talked about this the last couple of nights. Real good look at it here. He picks up that front foot.
Ball got in on him a little bit and went over the Cardinal dugout.
2-2. Line shot, right field. The base hit for Holiday. He is lined out to center tonight. A ball that almost got over the head of the center fielder. He is walked, and now a leadoff base hit here in the 7th.
There's a good example of a pitcher throwing a fastball in the strike zone. You know, that's down, it's belt high, and those get hit hard. That was usually in that situation, Russell Martin would be wanting that ball elevated, and you throw that up above the strike zone. That's a pitcher's pitch. You throw that fastball down in the strike zone, and the hitters love it.
Short lead at first by Holiday as Ludwig trying to bunt. Kershaw slips, but got him by a step. Now, late in the game here in the 7th, I don't know about you, I'd rather see him swing the bat, put the Cardinals on top.
Absolutely. I mean, in my mind, you know, it's right now he's got to be a guy that swings the bat and with the potential of giving you a 2-run home run. Kershaw slips but recovers and gets the out.
Now, in fairness to him, it does advance a runner into scoring position. But again, just my opinion, I'd like to see him swing it.
No, I right now, I mean, you know, you got Stavanoa who is playing part-time. You pass the buck to him. Not that he's not capable of hitting the 2-run home run, but the chances are that he's not.
One out runner at second. Stavanoa, foul ball. Nick tonight is in right field. He's grounded into a double play, 6-4-3, and struck out his first time.
Yeah, it's just, you know, if you had one of your regular players behind you, okay, maybe. But right now, I think that Ludwig, and with his numbers, it dictates that he's a guy. He's supposed to be one of the guys that drive in runs, not put a guy in scoring position.
One out runner at second base. 0-1 pitch. This pitch number 89 from Kershaw. For Joe Torre in the back end of games, he's got a guy that is a true flamethrower.
Broxton, he was a big man, 300 pounds, and just a solid mass, not fat, just huge. right now, this is an opportunity with your sixth-place hitter. Gavinola hitting .224 in the year, 2 home runs, 17 RBIs. A lot of those RBIs came early when he came up the first time, and a lot of them came with 2 outs.
1-2 pitch. Fights it off.
More pitches he sees, the more he'll get dialed in.
Tying run at second base.
Pretty much straight away. Looks like a gap out in right center. They're deep, and no one's going to be able to throw out Holiday if he gets a base hit to the outfield.
A couple of these breaking balls have been up. One mistake, and the Cardinals are on top 2-1.
In my mind, you know, that's, you're asking for trouble, because his best option is to get one of those hangers. The more fastballs he sees, the more he might time it, but he's at pretty good location with his fastball, trying to go in.
And a strikeout is Stabenow. Big one there, 2 outs. And his 5th of the night. It's up to Molina. Mentioned how last night with 2 outs, Molina is one of those guys that you want to see up, because he will put the ball in play, and he delivered with a base hit that scored 2 last night with 2 outs.
That was all in that 6-run 6th inning. He got RBIs 3 and 4 in that inning after Ludwig had the big hit of the game. His would be the 2nd biggest hit, and he hit the ball right up the middle. They're playing in the gap. They have Hudson, their second baseman, really guarding for that hole that he shoots for on the right side. See where their second baseman is that can take away that Gold Glove range he has and take a lot of hits to his left or right.
The 1-0 pitch. Molina fouls it away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Yadier tonight has struck out and also flied out to center.
Just watching Holiday, he had a tremendous jump as he out there at second base looking in, sees that Yadi's swinging at that pitch, and you know, looked like he was determined to score on anything hit to the outfield, which he should be.
To sell out again tonight, over 40,000 just announced.
That's great.
40,011 tonight. Outstanding. Holiday, the tying run at second base, the 2-1 pitch. Brendan Ryan is on deck.
So a lot of pitches, and now the ball's starting to, not by design, it's just getting up there as his legs are starting to give way.
Just a situation now, like you talked about, where you just sit on the fastball because off-speed pitches are not nearly as effective right now. There's the fastball up and away, and that's ball 4. Only the 2nd walk issued by Kershaw.
More activity in their bullpen. So the key at bat is going to be the LA native, Brendan Ryan.
And Pinheiro will move to the on-deck circle, but now there is some activity in the Cardinal bullpen, just in case.
Now McClellan starting to get loose. He'll be ready if need be, and you know they'll have to pinch hit, but the key at bat right now is what can Brendan Ryan do?
2 outs, 2 on. 1-0 Dodgers. Brendan Ryan, left field. Manny's back to the wall. Out of here. Did he get it? No, he got it. Manny caught it. Or did he not? They're saying is it a home run?
No, they say he caught it, and then he threw it into the stands.
Manny, I guess, caught it and threw it back in the stands, and everybody here at the park was confused. Yeah, he caught it, and the umpire, even down that third base line, was signaling home run.
Well, when I looked up, I saw him call catch, but very confusing as he throws it into the stands.
Manny Ramirez caught it. So 1-0 Dodgers, thanks to Manny Ramirez, who decided to fake everybody out at the ballpark. Tony La Russa just went out to get an explanation too.
Well, watch him go back, and of course we're all seeing it with our hearts and minds. Goes up, and he kind of lost sight of it. It looked like out there, but then he throws it clearly. He catches the ball, and then he throws it immediately into the stands. And I mean, you got to sell it to the umpire a little bit. I think he throws it in there, but remember, you do have all the replays today.
And also, it initially too, it looked like it hit off the sign out there and then into his glove from, not seeing it from that angle and slowed down. And it looked like he almost misjudged his jump.
He did. I think he was on the way down. He wasn't at the apex of his jump. He was kind of on the way down, but just had enough hang time to hold on to it.
Ludwig, by the way, is in right field. Colby Rasmus takes over in center. Stavanoa out of the game. I guess that's what they mean when they say Manny being Manny. Brendan Ryan to his left. Out. Takes a hit away from Pujols and another fine play.
Pujols looked at it like Brendan Ryan saying, "Are you kidding me? You threw me out on that one?" But watch the batting stroke. He's running out. You questionable whether he's out of the batter's box when he makes contact. But Brendan Ryan, and you would naturally think it'd be a little bit of a letdown where you're thinking you're going to make that go-ahead hit, or not if it's a 3-run home run, but all of a sudden he turns on the defense and has to make a great play, and he's getting another chance. What do you think's hitting?
You don't think he loves it, do you?
Oh, he loves it. Absolutely he does.
It's hysterical.
That's the greatest feeling I ever had, was coming into an enemy ballpark and be greeted by a standing boo.
And Manny looks at a ball outside. Cardinals will have Pinero's spot and then the top of the lineup coming up.
Pinero's hoping this is the last man he will face, as his spot is due up first.
Two balls and one strike. Pinero, oddly enough, has walked just 2 tonight. But for him, that's a lot, the way that he's been pitching.
Walked under a batter per game. Manny was trying to say, "I'll show you what a home run looks like." He swung for one, but came up empty. 112th pitch by Pinheiro is on its way.
A 2-2 to Manny Ramirez. He got him. Helmet almost came off with the swing. 1-0. What a ball game tonight. As Manny Ramirez took an extra base hit away from Brendan Ryan, may have saved the ball game for the Dodgers, as Kershaw is now pitching into this 8th inning, and Skip Schumacher will be the pinch hitter.
You have left-handed batters except for your backup catcher Jason LaRue, so Schumacher will get that shot. Much better against left-handed pitchers this year for Schumacher, as he batted under 200 a year ago, but this year he's got a good fighting chance, and early in the season, playing every day, he held his own.
And a strike to Skip. 112 pitches tonight for Pinheiro. 73 were strikes, and he strikes out 7 tonight. Oh, 2 is the count. Lugo on deck, and then DeRosa. And goodbye. Kershaw strikeout, carves up Schumacher, and that's 6 strikeouts. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Tony La Russa wanted to do this. He could have used LaRue in that spot, hitting from the other side of the plate instead of the lefty-lefty matchup, but with Stavanoa out of the game, who's his emergency catcher,
right,
feels that he needed to keep LaRue on the bench. Lugo, couple of hops to short. 2 away.
In the 9th inning, the Cardinals, or 8th inning, they will have a chance to have the big boys come up. Broxton now with 2 outs is the only reliever. There was another right-hander warm-up. They got their closer, the only guy up now, with 2 outs. So there you see Jonathan Broxton. .106 pitches thrown by the 21-year-old.
And DeRosa takes a strike on the outside corner.
You just look at Kershaw right now. He knows this is his last inning, and he's trying to go finish it in the right way. got the killer instinct going now.
Breaking ball taken low.
Picked up his pace, is going out there being very aggressive. Pitch will be 110th pitch.
2-1 pitch.
He wouldn't walk him ahead of Albert, would he? Should get a pretty good pitch here on a hitter's count. DeRosa's been hitting home runs too.
And DeRosa pops it foul.
You see that running action. They say it's late action, especially when the ball's up. It's got a little extra on it and hop.
And DeRosa, swing and a miss. A strikeout for Kershaw. 6 on the night. A look at our game recap presented by Infinity. Manny Ramirez with the play of the game so far tonight. 1-0 Dodgers as we move to the 9th. Ludwig tried to come up with a spectacular play that leads to the base hit and the only run. Manny went back, made the catch off the bat of Brendan Ryan. Tony La Russa came out for an explanation. Fans were confused, players were confused, we were confused, but the call was right. First pitch by Dennis Reyes to Lugo. Almost fell down and makes the play. So this is Chevy called to the bullpen.
Clowen is warming up there, so we'll see how they want to play this. Warming up in case it gets down past or to Russell Martin, who's 2 hitters away.
Dodgers still have to face Pujols, Holiday, and Ryan Ludwig.
So yes, definitely the Cardinals are right, still in it and have a chance. Just make sure it's just still a 1-0 game when we go to the bottom of the 9th.
The lefties have been just fine for the Cardinals.
Reyes has been very durable, and I guess in Tony's mind, he's a little more comfortable when they have a right-handed bat up there, and his ability to get the lefties and righties. But Trevor Miller has just been dominant against left-handers. Don't want to walk anybody. Blake 1 for 2 with a walk. He got the triple and scored the only run of this game.
At the knees, but call the ball. Cardinals baseball tonight on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser Select, full flavor, 99 calories, the exception to the rule. And by Bank of America. Cardinals banking only at Bank of America.
Cardinals can't get their third double play of the night.
Broxton getting loose in that Dodger pen. One out runner at first for James Loney. Loney has the only RBI tonight. That was back in the fourth. After the triple by Blake, Loney with our Hardy's prime cut of the game, an RBI single. RBI number 63.
Went the opposite field with that pitch, and Brendan Ryan was playing up the middle, and it went between third base and actually between the fielders, third base and shortstop. Boa flashing a lot of signs.
It's bounced. And Blake stays put at first. Big block there to keep that in front.
Yeah, Reyes really trying to pay attention to the runner at first base. Almost kind of gave him that little false move, trying to make the runner think he's going to throw over, but goes home, and then you have that same, don't have the good concentration. He bounced the ball up there.
One ball, one strike. Milwaukee has come back against Washington 6-5 in the bottom of the seventh. Pass, Pujols may have got the end of the glove on it, but it goes into right field. Ludwig corrals it back in, and it's first and third with one out. Some big runs out there.
Kyle McClellan's going to have to do a heck of a job to keep this a 1-0 game. Bouncing off, does not get part of it, and Blake goes to third base. So first and third with one out, and Tony La Russa will come out and make a pitching change.
So Kyle McClellan comes in. First and third, one out here in the ninth inning. It's our Chevy called to the bullpen. back-to-back shutouts, and this was at Dodger Stadium. Now, last night the Cardinals wasn't a tight game, and tonight a little different story. 1-0 Los Angeles with the lead.
Kyle McClellan appearing for the 42nd time. 9 holds, ERA under 3. Opponents batting .217 off him. Had a sensational rookie season, following up with a good sophomore season. He's going to have to pitch right now.
Little check swing, and Cardinals certainly need the double play here.
Now they got the infield playing in. You know, your keystone combination out there, second and short, are playing in front of the bag, so it'd be very difficult for them to turn 2. Not that it couldn't happen, but they're playing more for the play at the plate. Clone has been outstanding in not allowing inherited runners to score. He's inherited prior tonight 15, only 1 has scored.
This is where you need the strikeout, though, big time.
Yep. You look for the pop-up until you get 2 strikes. Now you've got the option of the pop-up in the infield or the strikeout, and can't strike a guy out until he gets 2 strikes, and that's where Martin is right now. And Kyle has a lot of different weapons that he can go after you with. See if it's not the cutter.
0-2 pitch. Wonder if the Cardinals are done before this trade deadline. Is, you know, would they like to maybe add an arm, in particular from the right side, in the bullpen?
I think they are still working on that. Sinker.
1-2 pitch.
Well, we see him strike out a lot now with that good curveball, a good 12-6 hard curveball. Also, Martin, pretty good player, you know, former Gold Glove winner, and many times that's what happens with your offense, dictates with that. Cutter away again.
And he got him, a strikeout. Boy, that's big.
Not a good at bat, but a great pitch by McClellan. And look where this is. Even if he makes contact, he can't do anything with that. You know, he's going to either swing and miss or probably pop it up, as he goes way outside the strike zone trying to put that ball in play.
Matt Kemp, 2 outs, runners in scoring position, hitting .279. Runners at first and third.
Throwing strikes out there.
Loretta has moved to the on-deck circle.
Why would you put a pitcher to pinch hit?
That's right. He came in late last night. Got a long fly ball out off the bat of Ludwig. Again, the Cardinals will have Pujols, Holiday, and Ludwig coming up in the bottom of the 9th.
Big emotional swing. If McClellan can keep this a 1-0 game, put that momentum back into the Cardinals side. But Kemp is a very formidable player. Defy you to find an 8th place hitter with .311 average, 13 home runs, and 55 RBIs.
1-1 pitch.
Get him out for Rascal.
The 2-1. Foul tip.
Now the crowd trying to get into it. Doesn't look like too many have left this one either, have they?
40,000 plus.
Like the slider. Cutter.
3-2.
Doesn't offer. calling time. Want to redo the sequence on this 3-2 pitch, 2 outs.
On their feet here at Busch. Bases loaded. So it's Mark Loretta. Walk to Blake. Loney with the base hit. Made it first and third. Strikeout of Martin. Walk to Kemp. And now Mark Loretta.
Mark Loretta is a very fine extra man on a good ball club. He can do so many things. This year really struggling pinch hitting. Over his last 12. 1 for his last 29 with 3 walks.
Yesterday he made his second career pitching appearance and his first since 2001. Made 19 starts this year. As Al told you, though, hitless in his last 12 pinch hitting appearances.
He's had some big hits over the years against the Cardinals, Milwaukee, Houston. Will be Rasmus playing in front of the arch.
And a ground ball hit left side. Brendan Ryan. He will make the play. That was not an easy play. The big bats coming up for St. Louis. Pujols, Holiday, and Ludwig. 1-0 Dodgers. Up with the play of the game. Breaking down Pinheiro and inside the clubhouse. So Pujols, Holiday, and Ludwig, what they have done against Jonathan Broxton.
Broxton is only 24 years of age. 6'4", 300-pounder. But his numbers are very impressive. 23 saves, 23 and 25 save opportunities. He's converted 12 straight. You see the 7-0 record. Leads the Major League relievers with 73 strikeouts and a 140 batting average. And the Dodgers are 42-1 in games that he appears in. He's got a 0.35 ERA at home.
Look at the base on this guy.
Yes.
The legs.
I mean, but he's 24 years of age. And he's turned 25 now, from Augusta, Georgia.
Well, he made his Major League debut against the Cardinals 4 years ago tonight. That night, He blew a save. And he can bring it.
History does repeat itself, doesn't it?
Many times.
You know, he's a hitting background in himself. There's no doubt this guy has a tremendous arm.
That time 84 miles an hour.
It's a breaking ball.
Not the fastball. Fastball will get up there consistently 99, 100, 101.
But isn't there, look at the drama. Look at everybody on their feet here. A 1-0 Dodger lead, but Albert Pujols, Holiday behind them. Everybody's watching this one-on-one battle.
1-1 pitch. Pujols, grounder for Kyle, spinning, fires to first and got him. He possesses, for a little man playing shortstop, he's got a great arm.
Yes, he does. You know, when he first came up, you looked at his size and everything, and he surprised you how strong that throwing arm is. And here running into the outfield, and just to eclipse Albert going down the first base line, digging hard and getting by a half a step.
See LaRussa's reaction. Slapping the hands. How about the defense in this series? Really on both sides.
Both sides. And you know, unfortunately in this ball game, it was Ludwig just trying to make a great catch. If he has it to do all over, he plays it conservatively. It's a single, and the way he played it into a triple.
Holiday. Woof.
I saw that Holiday has had very little success against Broxton. 1 for 11. And that ball up there above the shoulders is going to be very difficult to get on top of and time something that's near triple digits. Get it down there, it becomes a little more hittable.
Nice play made by a fan. And it's 0-2 the count. Oh, strikeout of Holiday. First two are retired now.
My experience, Dan, when anybody tries to make that kind of effort behind me, you know, whether it's caught or not, you just always appreciate it.
And you're talking, of course, about the effort by Ryan Ludwig.
Right. Very easy to second guess, but in his mind, the way he's played, you know, he thought he had a legitimate shot to catch it, and you knew at the very least thought he'd keep it in front of him.
There are some guys, even at this level, the major league level, that would step in against Broxton, and Ludwig, of course, not one of them, but just get the feeling they have no chance. I mean, he's that kind of guy.
It happens probably more times than you would imagine, and it's not a good. It's good for the pitcher, but it's not a good way to go up there with your mental approach to hitting.
Line shot, right center field, and that gets down. Tying run is aborted first. Winning run comes to the plate. Colby Rasmus.
Well, watch Ludwig here. He's gonna battle. It's a slider, and they're just kind of doing him a favor throwing that pitch for a strike. And I'm sure Broxton was trying to throw that one down and away. But new life for the Cardinals, and Colby Rasmus, who's been battling that heel injury, will get a chance to extend this game. He does have a walk-off, and wouldn't that be something?
It was the first walk-off by a Cardinals rookie since Andy Van Slyke. He was on the fastball last night. Chance of Colby here at the ballpark. Ludwig in scoring position.
Wild pitch as Martin can't get a glove on it as that ball just takes off on him.
Well, how tough is this to be a rookie in the major leagues, coming off the bench, so to speak, cold in the middle of the summer, but you're facing a guy that's throwing 100 out there.
This is where the calm, cool, collected Colby Rasmus that doesn't get too excited, I think works in his favor. You know, nothing really. Pretty much the only things on Colby's mind is being a baseball player. And he's got the potential to be a very good one.
Yadier Molina on deck if the Cardinals can extend this game.
Two guys are young enough that they could be competing against each other for the next 15 years.
1-0 pitch on its way to Colby Rasmus. Here it comes. 2 balls and no strikes.
At the very least, let's get Pinheiro off the hook.
Two-0 pitch to Rasmus. 3-0.
That's okay. I mean, that was not the pitch you're looking to drive. Going to have a playoff team. You got to steal games that appear to be losses, turn them into victories.
Strike 2.
Crowd hasn't sat down for 5 minutes.
Three-two pitch. Rasmus breaks his back. This game is tied with a single by Colby. Ludwig scores, and it's 1-1.
The end of the bat, it shatters, but just enough to lift it over shortstop, drive in the tying run represented by Ludwig. Now you tied it. Now you need to win it. May have raised his heartbeat a little, not much.
Wild pitch by Broxton.
Yep. Good point, Dan.
Put Ludwig in scoring position.
Games that appear to be sure losses, playoff contenders trying to take them away and turn them into victories.
Last blown save at Philly. May 14th.
He's only blown two saves prior to tonight.
Rasmus running. Thrown out to second. Got it. Colby sends us to extra innings. The reaction of the bench. Tied up 1-1.
Bonus baseball here in St. Louis as Colby Rasmus, a 3-2 pitch, 2 outs, ties the game at 1-all. And you see the Dodgers have been very successful in extra innings this year, 9-2. Cardinals 2-3. But nobody really cares about those numbers. It's all what happens in this game right now. Recall, who 1 for 4, got a base hit. Brendan Ryan robbed him of another base hit his last time up. And Kyle McClellan back out to work his second inning of work. He did a great job to keep that a 1-0 game.
Al, when leading after 8 innings prior to tonight, Dodgers were 49-0. 49-0.
I saw the graphic. Joe Torre would say now it's 49-1, Dan, and wishes it was 50-0.
You know, give Rasmus a lot of credit as you know, Holiday went down, Pujols went down, and Colby, the rookie, comes through, ties it up at 1.
And of course, they still have not lost this game, but a blown save.
What a ball game, huh?
Oh yeah. And really, Kyle McClellan, it's like, you know, such an emotional swing. You know, where the game's going to be over, where you're going to be a walk-off hit. Now you find you're back out there, and he's got a lot of responsibility to make sure this game stays tied until he can get his team back on offense.
And how about on the other side with the Dodgers? You're thinking, all right, 49-0. We got our big horse out there, the guy that can get the final 3 outs, trying to snap a losing streak. And now they're playing in extra innings. Trevor Miller getting loose.
Trevor Miller getting loose, and probably Broxton is probably through.
Colby diving, comes up with it.
Takes a hit away from Pujols. Boy, that's a big out. Not only keep that leadoff man off there, but a guy with great speed that can score an inning gapper or steal a base for you. But comes in here and dives, holds on to it, and a great play. So he's won a lot of fans in the last couple minutes.
Sure has.
For a guy that didn't start this game, he's already been right in the middle of the impact of it.
Old foul off the bat of Hudson. A couple of ground outs. A strikeout looking, and he singled back in the first. One and two the count.
Broncoso was warming up for the Dodgers, making you think that Broxton's night's through.
Lifted into left center field. And Holiday there. 2 away.
One more groove.
Just soak it in, Al.
Who would have thought that Manny's glove would be a difference maker in this game and not his bat?
No doubt. He has been quiet in the series. 1 for 4. He singled back in the 6th. Made a fine play off the bat of Brendan Ryan into deep left field.
It's 2 for 12 in the series.
2 balls and no strikes.
See Molina saying so far outside that you almost wonder if they're going to want McClone to even throw a strike.
That's your answer. Didn't seem to be the case. 2-out walk.
That's fine if you get the next hitter out. And Trevor Miller could be coming in as he's been warming, and it looks like that'll be the case.
We'll step aside as well with 2 outs here in the top of the 10th. .191. I spoke to Trevor the other night about his shoulder, which does have a slight tear. We've talked about that. It happened, he thinks, back with the Rays, and said he pitched through it all last year, didn't even know about it. He said he's had 0 irritation this year. He doesn't even know it's torn. He said, obviously, you know, I know it is, but I don't feel it.
Yeah, it was discovered in the physical when he was going to sign a multi-year contract after the discovery of the torn labrum.
And he's on a one-year deal,
Yeah.
Alan.
And I mean, what a great deal it is for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
And he has struck out 12 of the last 24 batters he's faced. Left-handers only batting 115 off of him. 7 for 61.
I know he'd love to come back to St. Louis.
The way he's pitched, he's pitching his way back.
Really enjoyed his time here.
He's been in 7 different organizations. You know, he's got a pretty good taste for what first class means. And he's experiencing that right now with the Cardinal organization.
These players, the fans that think that they don't notice what's going on around them with the fans that come out. I mean, these players have taken notice in a big way. You know, they're talking about it before every game. How many fans are coming out, the support that they are getting, and very appreciative, and how much fun it is the final couple of months to be in a pennant race and to have the crowds out here to energize this team.
And you know, you're a professional. You should always play it at a high level all the time. And we all know they're not robots, so it doesn't always materialize. But when you got the fan support like the Cardinals have, it just motivates you, and it helps keep you on that emotional high. Where, you know, when you're playing in front of 10, 15,000. You know, it kind of drags on you, especially if you have a winning team and not getting the fan support. So these players feed off of this atmosphere.
Slowly hit to Albert. Look out, Trevor. Ethier's tagged out. Chance to win it for the Cardinals, and we come back.
He's appeared for the more appearances than anybody else out of that bullpen for the Dodgers. 4-0 record, ERA under 2. And
21 walks to the 38 strikeouts. ERA very good, but opponents hitting .248 against him.
he's gone 17 consecutive innings in his last 15 games without allowing an earned run until he gave up 2 earned runs on Friday night. Does have 5 saves on the year, too.
Last home run for Molina was against Detroit.
It's from the Dominican Republic.
One ball, one strike. Molina, Brendan Ryan And then the pitcher spot is due up.
He had 2 hits last night, snapping 0 for 9, and that big one with 2 RBIs.
2-1. Cardinals with Thurston and Keel left on the bench.
And we'll see someone third batter.
2-1. 3-1. No activity just yet for the Cardinals in their pen.
Joe very patient, but he will tell you leadoff walks and extra innings are kiss of death.
There it is, ball 4. Winning run is on.
The real question now is,
do you pinch run?
Yeah, I mean, you're running out of bench players. A lot of strategy going right here, you know, with.
When you think about it now, if you wanted to pinch run now, you might want to do it here because you get concerned about Molina running from first to second.
Yeah, a lot of times a manager will wait and pinch run for a guy when he gets over to second. But right now, you know, Molina takes a perfect bunt to get him down to second base. So we'll see what the strategy is. Dodgers have to think that the possibility of bunt, and he's showing bunt but pulling back.
Brendan bunts it. Foul. Hit it to the wall in left last time up.
And it could be one of those situations where it'll change pitch to pitch. Now you see Kendall coming down, talking to Brendan Ryan after seeing what Tony wants to do. Showing bunt again.
Check on Yachty. Keep him a little bit closer if they can. Outfield is very shallow. Only play is to go to first. Good bunt by Brendan. Just the little things he has done in this series, Brendan Ryan, with the plays he's made defensively. Good sacrifice there. Now the winning run is at second base. If you're Tony, do you try to, do you want a pinch run here for Yachty and Molina?
I mean, Ankiel is going to pinch hit. That's for Trevor Miller. And Tony has a decision making, but he only has Thurston and LaRue. So if you're going to pinch run, if you use LaRue to pinch run for him, or if you use Thurston, you got to have, unless if it goes to extra innings, you have no bench.
And Keel swinging a hot bat lately. He could be a hero here tonight. First pitch to Rick. You can also use a pitcher if you wanted to in that spot.
But you can't use Pinheiro, who you normally would.
Exactly. Wainwright's a guy that has been asked to bunt or hit a lot, but we haven't seen him used as a pinch runner very often. Last 10 games, a couple of home runs and a .419 average. What a win this would be if the Cardinals could do it. 0-1 pitch. And Keel slowly hit to short for Kyle. Gloves. Low throw and makes the play.
Well, the wild pitch is always in play. Lugo's been a real surprise since he's come to the ball club. He get his first game winner.
Base hit back in the first for Lugo.
Hit 5 games. 5 games. He's got 10 hits for the Cardinals.
And bench is ready to erupt too.
No better way to welcome yourself to a ball club with a game-winning hit, is it? And a big game between division leaders. Cubs won big today against Houston, so the Cardinals need to win to stay in first place. Dodgers have the best record in baseball.
1-0 pitch to Lugo. Ground ball. And the play is made, and that sends us to the 11th. Down. What a year he has had. 1.21 ERA. His opponents have only hit 185. And a few of these saves have been with just more than one inning. And not a lot of pitchers are doing that these days.
Well, last time out, he picked up his 23rd save with an inning and a third work Monday night. That was his 6th save of over an inning of work. And that ERA is second among major league relievers at 1.21. Tony really with a thin bench.
What a ball game, huh?
Oh, they're all good ball games. What bonus baseball. You could never want to see this game just keep on playing and grinding it out.
This has been one of the better games of the year, no doubt.
First game of the series. They've been highly entertaining.
Blake is 1 for 2. A couple of walks and a triple tonight. And here we go to start the 11th.
Casey's really struggled, but a lot of times when you see a hitter struggling, they start walking and they're starting to get their eye back.
Line shot into left, drops in front of Holiday.
He thought about diving for it, but then the last second he was almost a little bit too close. Does a nice job of stopping that ball from getting by him. He thought about diving, comes in on it, and then he goes, nah, better not. As a leadoff single, better than playing it into a triple, but that ball almost got by him.
That's what happened with Blake, you might remember, back in the 4th. A line drive that got past Ludwig in center.
I was about to say that Casey Blake with a couple walks tonight, I started seeing maybe that batting eye is coming back, and he's 2 walks and 2 hits.
So here is Loney. He's got 3 singles tonight.
Combination. And the 5th and 6th place hitters for the Dodgers have really been the only danger spots for Cardinal pitching. They'll pitch around everybody else.
DeRosa has to play in. So hitting lane is open on that left side. They're holding it first, and here comes the 0-1 pitch. 0-2.
Franklin did his fair share of ground balls. He's got a lot of weapons to combat the left-handed batters. When he gets ahead of you 0-2 like this, he's got that good splitter. And more. There it is.
One-two pitch from Franklin. Good play by Molina. 2-2. Cardinals have DeRosa, Pujols, Holiday coming up. 1-1 game as we play here at Busch Stadium in St. Louis in the 11th. Two-two pitch. Here it comes. Ripped into right field. Base hit. Throw by Ludwig into third base. Cut off. First and third. Nobody out for the Dodgers.
4-hit night for Looney. And Casey Blake has scored the only run for the Dodgers. And he's the one over at third base again. So a solid line drive out to right field and first to third for the Dodgers. Good play by Ludwig, but just can't defense that.
So runners at the corners, nobody out for LA. Russell Martin is up. Martin came up in a key spot, remember, back in the top of the ninth and struck out. So he had a chance to add some insurance.
It was first and third against McClellan as he expanded the zone and struck out on pitch way outside.
Runners at first and third, nobody out. Infield drawn in. Outfield is straight away. That's a strike. Need a strikeout and a double play.
Talked about perfect games yesterday. Let's talk about one of the other real tough things to do. Get into a triple play.
Here's the 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Molina sets up outside. A liner caught by Brendan Ryan.
He's been in the middle of everything. What a series he's had. Look like his head up to middle. Takes a couple steps to his left, reaches out, hauls it in. Tries to see if he can get a base runner strain.
Brendan said he's using his baby as his glove. He said that is his glove he's had since 2004. I said, that's not very old. He said, for guys in the major leagues, it is. He said, we go through gloves pretty quickly. Juan Pierre on deck.
Pretty ratty for a big league glove these days.
Matt Kemp is the hitter. Lined out, he's flied out, he's struck out, and he has walked. If you would happen to walk this hitter Kemp and load him up, it'd be very, very tough to get a double play with Pierre.
I wouldn't think that would be the game plan.
Nope. That pitch is a strike. 1-1.
And batting .311, but holds those hands real high.
See, Brendan looks into Molina. He gets the sign. Makes a signal to Lugo, the second baseman.
Time called by Molina.
Much of this crowd is stuck around tonight. Why not? What a game. 1-1 here in the 11th, and a 1-1 pitch to Kemp. In the air. And here we go. Ludwig makes the catch. Here comes a throw to the plate. And he is saved. Blake scores, and it's 2-1. Tony La Russa is saying he left early, so I'm sure the Cardinals will appeal this.
Rob Drake, who the first game of the series was in the middle of things at first base, and see the runner at third base, and he's on the bag, so good call. Did not leave too soon.
Throw is just a little bit up line.
Yeah, if it's 5 feet towards home plate, Molina has enough time to probably be a heck of a collision, but I'll take my chances with Molina holding on. But up the line, he couldn't catch it and get back and reach it. Good camera work right here will show you that there is no tag.
They pulled back Pierre, and it's now 2-1 Dodgers, so
the pitcher's going to hit for himself.
Troncoso will hit for himself here with 2 outs.
Well, you had to get 1 run to win it, so the Cardinals need at least 1 to tie it. They can get 2 in the bottom of the frame to win it, and then Joe Torre will not sleep because he didn't try to pad the lead and let his pitcher hit for himself.
Strike 2.
Motor was up, so they could have gone for an extra run.
0-2 pitch. Joe Torre says Troncoso is his man. He will face DeRosa, Albert, Matt Holliday, the bottom of the 11th. although albeit not much of a history against Troncoso.
No, but Joe knows his bullpen and his staff better than us, and he is elected to go with Troncoso, who has not lost a game. What was he, about 4-0?
3 flyouts for DeRosa, also a strikeout. Albert on deck.
The Cardinals have a legitimate shot right here to take it again.
First pitch to DeRosa. Pujols and then Matt Holliday. So it won't be easy here for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 11th. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Where was that with the runner at third last inning?
We'd be heading home. One pitch. Taken inside, 2-1.
Coso walked the first batter he faced. Came in the game in the 10th inning, so the second inning worked. Will he do it again?
Walked Molina to start the 10th. Cardinals stranded him at third.
Didn't like it because Rosa backed away from him, but it was a strike. What's he going to do on 3-2?
Three-two pitch. DeRosa off the middle with a base hit. And here come the Cardinals. Winning run comes to the plate in the form of Albert Pujols.
Well, you just know, Dan, that with this combination coming up, and Joe Torre, it's a bit surprising to me that he didn't try to go for the extra run.
I totally agree. Flashback and his last walk-off home run, Perez. That's Odalys Perez.
One of his famous opponents, but I'm looking more at the Dodger uniform because Perez is no longer there, but look at there, you see Edmonds and Eckstein. There'll be a new cast of characters, but they'll all be doing the same, won't they?
First pitch to Albert. Bounced, and Martin, he needs to call time. For himself, for the pitcher, for everybody.
Not exactly what you expected with Albert up there. To bounce one, a 57-footer. Matt Holliday isn't. I know he'd love to come up there and have a chance to have a game winner, but he's also pulling for Albert to do it right ahead of him and have that good seat of not only hearing the fans but seeing it right up close and personal.
Outfield very deep for Albert Pujols, and straight away. Pujols with 34 home runs. He's driven in 91 already this year. 1-0 pitch.
It's been a while since he's driven in a run.
2 balls and no strikes.
First in the major leagues with his 34 home runs, his 91 RBIs, and his 80 runs scored. I'm not sure they're deep enough. Good pitch there. They took a little off right over the top of it. No matter what happens, Tony knows he's got the guys he wants coming up. And Joe Torre
2-1. Pujols breaks his bat and lines out to third, and DeRosa back in safely. I wonder if DeRosa was hesitant because the bat and the ball.
He started to go, and sometimes that fatal. Just wondering, hopefully he didn't hurt himself diving back in there with that wrist that not as heavily taped as we've seen in the past. And here's Holliday's turn.
Ludwig on deck. Matt Holliday looking for that first Cardinal home run. Last walk-off was in 07.
What a time to get one, wouldn't it?
What was the inside corner?
2 for 2 off of this pitcher, with both hits being doubles.
There's a strikeout tonight. He is singled, he's walked, and he's also lined out. The strikeout, though, is back in the 9th against Broxton.
He's got his little finger over the knob.
That one career walk-off home run was also in the bottom of the 11th back in 07 for Matt Holliday. The 0-1. Ludwig scored the tying run to send us into extra innings. Waits on deck. Two balls and a strike, just held up.
It's not a breaking ball. He bounced up there. And one strike. You can just look for that fastball.
Just foul.
Glass is saying, I haven't seen this excitement down the minor leagues this year.
Two to Holliday.
Another mistake as they run it into a pitch it into a running count.
We'll do it again.
Take a chance and have him run.
Sure I would with Ludwig on deck. Pretty good catcher behind the plate. (3-2). He's not running, and Holliday got a piece.
Pretty good pitch right there, but he got a piece of it. Spinning that bat, you really just feel he can't throw that good slider. Doesn't have command of it. So
3-2 on Holliday. One out. Tying run at first. Winning run at the plate here in the bottom of the 11th. Holliday into left field. And Manny cuts it off. Rolls towards the line. Diving headfirst to Rosa into third. That almost got by him. And then he rolled towards the line.
I think it was hit so hard that it almost got by him, and his momentum just carried him into the somersault. I was running on the play, and we tied. There you see, he gets by him, and he reaches out and stabs it. But his momentum, and that, with DeRosa seeing that in front of him, he scooted on to third and knew he could make it without a play.
What a great at bat. That is the beauty of baseball, though. As you mentioned, I said I wouldn't start the runner. You said you would. If you do, probably scores. Either way, though,
yeah,
we like the result. Holiday, great at bat.
And there's really no right or wrong. It's kind of a hunch.
Ludwig, his last walk-off home run. Who was it against? Dodgers. Just about a year ago.
These fans have been entertained.
No doubt.
And they're just waiting for the curtain call, aren't they?
Chance here for Ludwig to be a hero.
And this guy's bounced a few breaking balls up there. Wild pitch to tie it.
First and third with one out. Ludwig, base hit in the left. We are tied.
Now, goal winner. First pitch, jumps on it and hammers it out to left. Rosa scores a tying run. Runners at first and second, but with Rasmus coming up, we're going to see the left-hander Pujols come into this game.
Hong-Chi Kuo, left-handed pitcher, is in.
Kuo has been battling a lot of arm issues. He just came off the disabled list, 60-day disabled list on Monday, and pitched a perfect inning. Elbow strain, bounced back from a left rotator cuff and elbow injury in 07 to pitch a career high 80 innings and 42 games. He had 3 starts, but last year was very good out of the bullpen. for the Dodgers with a 1.69 ERA. Now we're still playing because of Kobe. Maybe the young man is tired and wants to end it right now.
Think about his catch, his base hit, and he could have won it here.
Right.
Chance of Colby. Winning run at second base in Holiday in what has been one of the best games of the year. 2-2 here in the 11th.
Just a great series. It's a playoff atmosphere the first 3 games, and they got another one to play tomorrow. Hold the front shoulder in.
Holiday at second base. He could score the winning run. Cardinals tied it up in the 9th. They've tied it up again here in the 11th.
Mott warming up for the Cardinals.
1-1 pitch. Molina on deck.
Fans haven't set down very much the last couple innings. Neither of the players. That's the way it should be, isn't it?
Great game. 2-1. Two balls, 2 strikes. And a strikeout of Colby.
They're warming up, but you just think they're going to stick with the lefty. Face Yachty. Yachty, you got any walk-off hits?
Molina, little floater into right. Diving catch to save the game. What a ball game. Ethier the catch. Top of the 12th, top of the lineup for the Dodgers. Jason Mott, new reliever after an inning of work by Ryan Franklin. 2-2 game here in St. Louis. What a game this has been. 47th appearance of the year for Mott. It's been up and down a little bit as of late. Take it back to the 9th inning if you're just joining us late tonight. 9th inning, Cardinals trailing. Colby Rasmus, the final hope, breaks his bat. Ludwig would score. 1-1 game. And then Ludwig a chance to get the runner tagging up from third. Throws just a little bit up the line. That made it 2-1. You're thinking that could be it, but the Cardinals come back. Ludwig with a base hit to score DeRosa. We're tied up 2-2.
Top of the order for the Dodgers, and got to keep Pujols off base with his great speed. He'll run for a base hit. He'll kind of slap and run. He's been robbed the last couple times up of hits.
6th time that he's been to the plate.
Brendan Ryan took a hit away from him, as well as Rasmus on a diving catch after he tied the game.
1-1 pitch. 1-2.
After Mott, the Cardinals are down to, their long guys that could extend this game a little bit. Thompson, Hawksworth, and Wellemeyer.
Kyle, Hudson, and Ramirez for the Dodgers here in their half of the 12th. 2-2 game. In the air to left center field. On the move, Colby. He's there to make the catch. The thing I've noticed with Rasmus, I don't know if you agree, but as this year has gone on, I'm seeing better jumps from Colby Rasmus.
Yeah, I agree. I wasn't sure what you're going to say, but that one's easy for me to agree with you, as he looks very comfortable out there, and it's his favorite position, center field. Some guys have trouble with it, but most guys would rather play center than the corners.
Just wait until he gets more experience under his belt, how good he can be. Be a heck of a player.
He's only 22.
Yep. Hudson the hitter. Foul tip. Take a look at where Rasmus is playing too. They had him shaded perfectly.
Got him out there, and what you're going to try and get for Kyle to hit the ball in the air, and glides underneath that, but it all started with a good jump.
0-1 pitch to Orlando Hudson. Off speed pitch that time from Mott.
His slider is improving, and you're probably trying to mix in a couple little different variations.
Mixing in a cutter.
Yeah.
Was talking about that with me the other day. Strikeout of Hudson. Cardinals will have Brendan Ryan, Mott, and Lugo coming up.
It's interesting to me to see how they pitch him. Last time it looked like he came up, they were very content to walk him and go after the next man.
Two outs, nobody on for Manny. As you mentioned, Al, Cardinals should feel plenty protected out there in the bullpen with Thompson and Blake Hawksworth.
And we got Wellemeyer too.
Good point. If need be.
Sure. On Sunday, so I mean, a couple days would be like his day to throw.
A little bullpen.
You would think that he'd be your last resort, but I'm talking about you got guys that need multiple innings.
Where Ludwig is playing in right field near the track with Manny up. Pulled foul. 2 strikes now on Ramirez.
Assuming that they could play on the track and still think that Manny would be held to a single. See, a lot of guys like Manny, though, when they want to play, when they want to do something spectacular, I mean, they can run, they can hit, they can do all kinds of things to control a ball game. And nobody doubts his ability to hit.
Off-speed pitch over DeRosa. And that will be a ground rule double. It was touched by a fan. 78-mile-an-hour pitch. The pitch at 78, and Manny was ready for it and pulled it.
You kind of, in my mind, you got a question. You know, it's his new breaking ball, but in this case, you know, why use an experiment pitch to a great hitter with the game on the line? Now, good thing was he kept it down. Yachty wanted it down and away, and it was down and in the middle of the plate. And Ramirez gets a double out of it. And now they're going to potentially pass Ethier. It's the old story on the pitch to Ramirez. You know, if you get beat with your best. You don't get beat with your 4th best pitch. And now, not to say that pitch down the road isn't going to be helpful, but you're waiting for another situation to use it.
So Manny Ramirez represents the go-ahead run at second base. 2 outs, 2 on. And Casey Blake.
He's been right in the middle of things, hasn't he?
Sure has. And as you talked about, it looks like he's starting to find it again. 2 for 3 with a triple, a single, 2 walks, and 2 runs scored tonight. Ramirez, go ahead run at second. First pitch taken for a ball. 2-2 here in the 12th. Get out of play. Molina may be out to talk about location. That was right down the middle.
Throwing a lot of sliders, a lot of off-speed pitches. Should have the most command of your fastball.
One pitch. 2-1.
His velocity tonight has really been about 92 instead of 97, 98.
Maybe that's why he's not going with that fastball on that pitch to Ramirez.
And sometimes when you use all the secondary pitches, you don't get your velocity on your fastball.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
It's a real story. You want me to work on my future, or you want me to try to win the game?
Base hit into right field. Ludwig again. Here comes Manny. Throw to the plate is there, and he got him! He got him! This time, Ludwig gets his man. And he keeps it 2-2. What a ball game. Nowhere to go for Manny Ramirez. Blocking the plate. He's ready to absorb the hit if it came there. Ramirez went around him, and Molina the tag. What a ball game here tonight, partner.
That's right. Manny coming in here and tries to go around the tag, but Navi had just enough time to seal off the approach, the more direct approach. And then as Ramirez tries to slide by him and reach by and tag him, Yanni got the leg and holds on.
Now you just can't, tell folks enough how hard that is, as the Cardinals have won 17 of the last 20 extra inning games against the Dodgers, won last 5 straight. It's a blind shot coming at you. I mean, if Manny Ramirez wants to go and lower his shoulder, Molina has to be ready. And to have the concentration to be ready for the impact and then to apply the tag, and you're not sure about the throw, it could be short hopped. Right. He's trying to make the tag one-handed. That's just a great play.
Yeah, and Dodgers had one of the best ones on collisions.
Mike Scioscia.
That's right. He was outstanding and a great guy, and learned how to be a great manager playing for the Dodgers. Talking about the Angels manager.
So here's Brendan Ryan.
Jack Clark got him good one game.
Brendan with a fly ball into right on the first pitch from Moda. One away. Joe Thurston will be the pinch hitter.
Thurston's got some payback for the Dodgers.
He's in their system.
Yeah, he was a highly prospect when he first came up in the Dodgers system, and got a chance to show them they made a mistake.
One out, nobody on. Thurston is swinging a miss.
Originally selected by Red Sox back in '97, but did not sign, and then selected by the Dodgers in the 4th round in the June '99 draft.
Thurston, base hit into right. That's into the corner. Thurston digging for 2. And he will stop at second.
Somehow in the back of your mind, didn't you want him to go for 30?
Yes, sir.
Got his major league debut with the Dodgers after signing with them, and gets a pitch up and just rifles it This is probably going to be his role now as a pinch hitter, and he just helps his cause with that double.
That's now 16 doubles for Joe Thurston this year.
And he leads the team in triples.
See if he touched first base. They will check over at first.
I think they're saying he'll. I never saw a call. I think what they're. I'm just wondering if they're saying you've got to step off first. Very close there at the front of the bag, and right there you see he did miss the bag. He throws the plate to the. I'm wondering if they said he improperly stepped off, but he's going to throw it home. It's there now. That's what they're going to do, and look for him to be called out. Got the call right. It's just the first time he did not come to the set position and step off, and that's the umpires, and they kind of said, no, you didn't do it properly. And Tony La Russa is going to be out to argue, but he was close, but it looked like he missed it on the inside part of the bat. How about from hero to goat real quick? Oof. So he misses the inside part of the bag, trying to cut the corner, and it's a good call. Ouch.
So 2 outs, and Julio Lugo. Strike one on Julio with 2 outs. Nobody on here in the 12th.
Oh.
See that? You're thinking Thurston should be at third.
Right. That's what I meant.
One and two.
Gotta take the hit away too, don't you? Didn't touch first base.
Dodgers will have Loney, Martin, and Kemp coming up. 6, 7, and 8 in their lineup. One-two pitch. Lugo is swinging a miss. We head to the 13th. Crazy inning. Crazy last few minutes. Close plays defining the 12th. Manny out by inches at the plate. Thurston missing the bag by inches. This will be his 10th appearance. ERA just under 4. Opponents hitting .273 against him. 14 innings, 6 strikeouts, a couple of walks. And the 26-year-old who has really fought to get to the major leagues comes in, and he will pitch the 13th for Tony La Russa, if not more. entertaining game for these fans that have stuck around. Over 40,000 initially here tonight. It was a sellout.
Blake's still relatively young at 26 years of age. Had some arm issues, but right now, for the first time in a long time, he's feeling healthy.
2-2 game. Cardinals tied it up in the 9th, and they tied it up again in extra innings, and here we are in the 13th.
They're having so much fun, they just want to keep on playing.
James Loney 4 for 5, 4 singles with an RBI. So on the Thurston play, he is not credited with a hit, and it's recorded as an out 1-3. So no base hit for Thurston.
You can't give him a hit because he never touched first.
Yep. One-0 pitch. Here it comes. Out to left. Matt Holliday there. Cardinals will have DeRosa, Pujols, and Holliday coming up. And Hawksworth gets that all-important first out.
I'm anxious to see him. You know, came in over the weekend in Philadelphia and gave up an extremely cheap home run. Ibanez hit one right in the left field corner, left-handed hitter, and just a fly ball that would have been out in any other ballpark. And I was kind of listening on the radio, you know, not doing much and everything. And then after the home run, I started watching, and I saw some great sinking action, live arm from Hawksworth.
Talked to a couple players, Al. They feel that he is back to where he was 3-4 years ago when he was one of the promising young pitchers for the Cardinals in the organization.
He keeps the ball down, and particularly in that game, you know, he got the ball down and it just had great movement, exploding, and it was 93, 94 miles an hour.
Oh yeah, on the outside corner.
Those are sliders there.
Late break. Good pitch by Hawksworth, 2 away.
I mean, it's set up outside that sometimes it looks like it's going to be a ball, but that catches a lot of the plates and on the corner when it crosses.
Here's Kemp. 2 outs, nobody on. Game of emotions here tonight, huh?
Oh, just a great game, whether you're a Cardinal or a Dodger fan. And Dan, in my mind, if Hawksworth can just, you know, contain his emotions, come out here in this type of atmosphere in this game and pitch the way they think he can, then he can really, you know, build some confidence not only amongst himself but for Tony and Dave Duncan to believe in him.
Take on some roles of greater importance, no doubt. Jeff Weaver throwing in the bullpen. Yes, that Jeff Weaver.
'92. I think Dave Duncan, Jeff comes out to the mound, and Dave Duncan kind of sitting there critiquing everything. He said, boy, I would have had you already straightened out, as he did for those final 6 weeks or 3 weeks.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And Weaver was terrific in postseason play. Two to Matt Kemp.
That one, if he missed, he wanted that one bouncing almost rather than up out of the strike zone. Slider.
Slowly hit. Will it roll foul? It's going to stay fair for a base hit.
Now, this is one of the few fields that you can roll a ball down it, and more times than not, it will roll back into fair territory. Most of the old ballparks, you know, because they didn't have quite the same drainage systems, they would be crowned a little bit and balls would roll foul like this. But DeRosa didn't have anything else to do. It's a swinging bunt. It's going to be a base hit, so his only hope was to let it roll long enough and hope that it would roll foul.
Juan Pierre will be the pinch hitter, so that's it from Mota.
You know, I've got a question, and that's why we were warming up. But, you know, I thought about it when Manny was out at second base.
Why not go with Pierre?
Yeah, put him out there. There were 2 outs, so it's kind of a tough decision. But, you know, this team played extremely well during Manny's suspension. And Juan Pierre was one of those real instrumental players during that time. But, you know, with his speed, it would have been, he would have scored easily.
Force play to Brendan Ryan. Mark DeRosa, Albert Pujols, Matt Holliday coming up, and a chance to win it in the 13th. At the heart of the lineup coming up for St. Louis.
Jeff, when he first came, first sign was highly touted, got to the big leagues quickly, had success. Then kind of fought on hard times. Helped the Cardinals win and pitched very well in postseason. Elected to go elsewhere, and it's been kind of a nomad ever since.
Posed his younger brother Jared back on June 20th in Anaheim, and Ana Ramirez been involved in a little bit of everything here tonight. Cardinals have been out hit 12-9 in this game. DeRosa had a single back in the 11th. The Cardinals were able to tie it up. First pitch to DeRosa. 87 miles an hour from Jeff Weaver. 17 appearances coming into this game tonight, and overall 5-3. 1-0 pitch. Jeff Weaver, since leaving the Cardinals, 12-16 in 32 starts. Opponents have hit over 300 against him.
I was with the Dodgers, and he was 3-10, ERA 6.30 before he came to St. Louis in 06. And he was 5-4, ERA over 5, but very well in the postseason. Then elected free agency. 7-13 with the Seattle with an ERA over 6.
A 2-1 pitch. DeRosa, opposite way to the track, and the catch is made. So Torre just took a deep breath. Everything's all right in that Dodger dugout. Then all of a sudden he looks up and he sees Albert.
It's not easy to just sit there and contain all your emotions, and you know your gut is churning, your mind is going all over the place, and you can't show any emotion. Now you, young lady, can. You can start rooting right now for a game winner.
2-2 here in the 13th. Albert Pujols could be a hero against his former teammate Jeff Weaver. 0-1 pitch.
One lady summed it up. She's standing up, rooting for Albert, but her head leaning on her husband's shoulder.
Emotionally spent. This ball game tonight. What a game this has been. 2-2 as we play here in the bottom of the 13th. 0-2 the count on Albert Pujols. 1 out and nobody on. Oh, 2 pitch. Albert pulls it foul.
Cardinal pitching in this 3+ games in this 4-game series. The Cardinals have only allowed 3 runs to the Dodgers with the best record in baseball.
This is the first time that Jeff Weaver has been in the stadium since winning Game 5 of the 06 World Series. An 0-2 pitch to Pujols, and he waves at it and strikes out. That's a pitch right there that no 6. He would drop down and is very tough on those right-handed hitters. Brings in Matt Holliday.
And Albert gets fooled by it. You don't often see him take that type of swing. And
will this be his first Cardinal home run?
It's Holliday time.
Holliday 2 for 4, a couple of singles and a walk.
I bet you could make a commercial out of this. 1 at bat and Holliday time.
Drops down again and takes a ball up and away.
Might not be as effective in back-to-back pitches after Holliday just saw that pitch and what it did to Albert's swing.
One 1-0 pitch. In on the hands of Holliday. Very effective pitch there.
Yes.
Looking ahead, if we get to the 14th, top of the lineup for the Dodgers for Kyle Hudson and Manny Ramirez.
So the Cardinals with a good shot as they're in the part of their order right now, and they're going to have to wait a couple innings to get back to it. Ooh.
They have left that over the middle of the plate.
All of a sudden I thought first or second plate appearance, and I think Holliday just realized he missed the pitch.
Yeah, watching right now his reaction, I think you're exactly right.
Yeah, and what I'm saying, with a little fresher body, you know, he jumps all over that one or centers it, and he gets hit extremely hard. Get a little tired, your arms get a little weary, and you just foul it off.
1 ball and 2 strikes on Matt Holliday. 2 outs, nobody on. 2-2 here in the 13th. Weaver to Holliday. Ball, 3rd strike. And we head to the 14th here at Busch Stadium. Good work by Jeff Weaver.
to swing at a pitch, and then he freezes a fastball and throws it by Holiday. So good inning to work. But Blake Hawksworth had a good inning to work, and he's back out there in the 14th.
Second inning of work for Blake, and he gets the top of this Dodgers lineup. Three and 0.
Back in the strike zone.
Seventh time that Furcal has been to the plate. 3 and 1. Cardinals have Ludwig, Rasmus, Molina due up. They're half of the 14th. Base hit up the middle for Furcal. Let's see now how Joe Torre wants to play it with Hudson, who's a good bunter. And Furcal, the runner at first base. Manny Ramirez on deck. Hudson 1 for 6.
Times in a situation like this, the home team in the extra innings plays for the tie, and the road team tries to play for the win.
Hudson bunts it in the air, but foul. Had to avoid the baseball too.
That's okay if it hits him in foul territory, but you also have to allow the defense men a chance to field it.
See, and he was almost tiptoeing down the line.
It's just natural instincts. You don't want to run into it or have it hit you either. Bunts it up. That's a, when you bunt it that high in the air, you're lucky that you still get a second chance.
0-1 the count. Time call.
Ordered by Tony for the pitcher just to hold there to try and see if they're still bunting, or take the legs out of the base stealer at first. If you get him over to second base, does Tony
pitch to Ramirez?
Yeah, do they pinch around him? I mean, just put him on, set up the double play.
They've gotten the best of Manny for the most part in the series, but how much longer is that going to continue?
Yes, good point. Don't want to wake him up.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Does have 2 hits tonight and a walk.
The 1-1 pitch to Orlando Hudson. Hudson, the bunt. Hawksworth goes to first. Pujols covering, and the sacrifice is good. Furcal now in scoring position.
Well, we're going to find out what Tony's going to do. Molina out to talk to Hawksworth. Brendan Ryan checking to make sure they know what the sign is with a runner at second base, and will Tony just automatically put him on? There, looks like that's a sign. Been put on 4, so telling the infielders also to get behind and get at second base.
Ethier will try to put the Dodgers back on top for the 3rd time. Led 1-0, then they led 2-1. 2-2 game here in the 14th. As you mentioned too, Al, I mean, you set up the potential of the inning-ending double play. And you don't let Ramirez beat you.
It's just Tony has too much respect for his ability to hit.
Back in the 7th, a key play here. Brendan Ryan, as Manny Ramirez came up with a catch, took the hit away in the 12th inning. Manny trying to score the go-ahead run, and a throw by Ludwig, and they got him at the plate. So first and second for Andre Ethier. He has already grounded into a 4-6-3 double play tonight.
He's 0 for 4 in the night with a pair of walks. Last time he was intentionally passed after Manny hit the double.
Do you believe that football training camps are opening up?
Yes, I do. It may be over before this game's over.
Let me into that. Yes, you're right, as we're a half hour away from midnight here in St. Louis. And an 0-1 pitch. 0-2.
One thing I saw Hawksworth has a pretty good changeup. Thought his slider, is kind of a work in progress. I think he has more command of the changeup as a secondary pitch than the slider.
First and second, an 0-2 pitch. Where is that pitch? Woo.
Apparently up and in. It sure looked like it was close enough. Too close for 2 strikes.
1-2. Blake is on deck. For Kyle out there at second base, dancing back and forth.
Not the base stealer we've seen him in the past. You still got to keep him close. There's a changeup, and Ethier almost falls down.
2 outs.
Casey Blake always keeps on coming up with a chance to break it open.
20 innings, longest game since April 27th, 03 at Florida. It was the Beanie game. Got the base hit, and the Cardinals would wind up winning it. 2-2 here in the 14th. Again, the Cardinals have Ludwig, Rasmus, and Molina coming up. Strike there. That's 0-2 now. I like the way he's handling himself out there too.
Well, that's it. I mean, he's battled injuries, surgeries, all kinds of things. Very little time in the big leagues, but really kind of a seasoned veteran in the minor leagues, and waited a long time for this opportunity. He's not going to disappoint. '93, good 0-2 pitch down and away. See if Blake will extend his zone and get himself out.
One-two pitch. At the 8th or 9th time that these fans have been on their feet encouraging the hometown team.
When they're up to the plate and when they're in the field.
That's right.
Rally caps. Guys glove to help out the defense.
1-2. In on the hands of Casey Blake.
Good pitch there. In for effect. Out for get him out.
Blake 3 for 4 tonight. been on base the last 4 times he's been to the plate. A couple of walks and 2 singles. The 1-2 pitch. We'll do it again.
Pitch in on the hands.
Manny at first, Furcal at second. Foxworth is set, and here comes a 1-2 pitch. Oh yeah, he got him on the outside corner. Blake Hawksworth, 2 scoreless innings out of the bullpen. Another chance to win it when we come back. For Jeff Weaver out of their bullpen. Cardinals have been out hit 13-9, no errors in this game. The Dodgers have stranded 15 tonight. St. Louis is stranded 8. Ludwig, Rasmus, Molina. Ryan tonight 2 for 4. Couple of singles. He has a sacrifice. 17 home runs. 18 would be nice right here.
You're not getting tired now, are you?
No. Great game tonight.
Yes, it is.
First pitch to Ludwig.
Look at the crowd that's still here. Bottom of the 14th.
I don't mean this disrespectfully, but this is bigger crowds than some folks.
Well, yes, you, oh, yes, you do.
In the first inning. And here we are in the 14th.
They have been entertained with a heck of a ball game, whether you're a Cardinal or Dodger fan. I mean,
1-1 pitch.
Seeing a little bit of everything but the home run. Don't you get the feeling it's going to end on a walk-off?
Yep. Maybe I'm just wishing. 2-1 pitch. Ludwig breaks his bat. Will it drop? Furcal going out and makes a fine catch. Good play by Furcal.
That was right there in no man's land, and 4 guys chasing it, and the shortstop comes up with it. him seeing double. I said 4 and looked like it was 3.
2-2 here.
Manny was real
14th.
close.
Rasmus will be the hitter. So he sent us into extra innings. 1 for 2 tonight. He's also had a diving catch to take a hit away as he stayed in the ballgame. 1 out, nobody on. First pitch to him. The 1-0 pitch. Popped up. Hudson calling for it. 2 away here in the bottom of the 14th. It'll be Loney, Martin, and Kemp if we go to the 15th.
I just saw that Halladay lost tonight.
Every game now a final. And here's Molina, who is 0 for 3 tonight. Ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, nobody on. 2-2 here in the 14th.
Really kind of tucks and hides that ball well. And
Cal will make the start in game 4.
makes another inning or so. He'll be making the start today.
1-2 pitch from Weaver. 2-2. Molina throws the bat at it. Weaver, bare hands to first, and they get him. 15th inning coming up from Busch Stadium. 2-2. Martin, and Kemp. Ponies had a good night, 4 for 6. So that is the final warm-up toss for Blake Hawksworth. Dodgers have had probably the better of the opportunities tonight as they have stranded 15. Cardinals have stranded 8.
Well, they've out-hit the Cardinals 13-9, 9+. Thurston not stepping on the bag, denying him a double.
So James Loney leads it off. He's hitting .293 this year, 7 homers, 63 RBIs. And away we go here in the 15th inning. First pitch by Hawksworth is a strike. Cardinals have Brendan Ryan, then Hawksworth spot, and Julio Lugo.
Time was called as the home plate umpire looking over at the on-deck circle, and I guess the weighted batting ring that he wanted picked up.
Cardinals have LaRue that's available, but as we've talked about, Stabeno would be your emergency catcher, and he's already out of the game. So if you wanted to pinch hit, do you do it with LaRue, or do you think about Adam Wainwright?
Might depend on what happens with Brendan Ryan.
1-2 pitch, taken low, 2-2.
It's a bunting situation.
Sure. Brendan Ryan on a hop on the outfield grass. Good play again.
Had quite the series, particularly defensively, but he had the 4-for-4 game. First game of the series, had a couple RBIs and positioned perfectly.
He's just a good defensive player.
Oh yeah, and you can just see him gaining confidence.
Yeah.
But I was talking to Larry Boa about, there's something about him. He's just got a little extra energy to him, and Boa recognized that.
Here's Brendan again. Backs up this time. Long throw. High to Pujols. And the out at first.
Let's give Hawksworth some credit.
Second time in this series that Pujols is in a near collision with one of the Dodgers.
That's kind of what Brendan Ryan goes, you don't want me to throw over the top. I don't have the same accuracy.
And there are times like on that play where he has to.
Sure.
But he likes to sling the ball over to first.
And talking with Boa, who was an outstanding shortstop, had no problem with that.
Here's Matt Kemp. First pitch, a strike. And not to be overlooked in this game, at least thus far, is the work of Blake Hawksworth.
No, not at all. It's 2 2/3 innings.
0-1 pitch.
Had a couple hits and an intentional walk. One hit was a swinging bunt.
Hawksworth is due up second for the Cardinals in the bottom of the 15th. This game started with Pinheiro, and Pinheiro was very good.
Coach Tony, and I mean, Hawksworth was a starter down in the minor leagues. Say if Brendan Ryan got on, you wonder if he'd let himself sacrifice.
Right.
And have Hawksworth sacrifice for himself.
I think he would.
Why burn a pitcher?
Left with Thompson out there, and as you mentioned, Mullemeyer as well would be available, you would presume, for an inning, maybe 2.
Well, and I don't know, because I look down there and I think I only see Thompson.
Ground ball to second. Another chance for the Cardinals coming up in their half of the 15th. Good work by Blake Hawksworth. Ryan, Hawksworth spot, and Lugo coming up.
0 for 4 with a sacrifice.
Al, as you mentioned, Hawksworth is at the on deck circle, so thinking along here that if Brendan Ryan would get on, you could sacrifice with Blake and not burn him.
Well, and apparently if he doesn't get on, Hawksworth's going to bat for himself as nobody's warming up. It's a pretty good sign.
Yep.
Not to say that Thompson couldn't, quickly warm up, but usually you let that reliever decide that when he wants to start.
Almost got his second home run of the season back in the 7th.
0 for 4 with a sacrifice tonight, 4 for 10 in the series, and some great defensive plays.
Brendan pulls it fair. Down into the corner. Manny will have to dig it out. Ryan has taken third. On his way with a triple. They will pull back Hawksworth. A triple for Brendan Ryan.
Jason LaRue now will hit with him at third base, and well, I tell you what, Brendan can run well, but in a ball game like this, a great game like this, that's, you would think Manny Ramirez would pull back to a double. Manny going down here, and he gets down and gets around, and a lead-off triple.
Be honest, I'm shocked it turned into a triple.
Me too.
But he stands at third. Don't forget, post-game show is coming up. We will have the post-game show to the wee hours of the morning. Outfield now coming in. And LaRue could win it for the Cardinals. So LaRue, the final position player used for the Cardinals.
Jason batted .283 in games he's started. And look at this ball club. LaRue and La Rosa are the only St. Louis position players over the age of 30. I think Hawksworth was going to hit for himself, but now that you get him all the way over to third base, you've got to take a shot with your position players. Those outfielders should be positioned to where they think that they can throw out a man at third base, but they can't play too deep.
First pitch to Jason LaRue. Can't play too deep. I mean, look at where Manny Ramirez is playing, Al.
Well, I mean, and not still take Brendan's chances with Manny playing deep short.
Routine fly ball gets over his head. LaRue can win it right here for the Cardinals. The 0-1 pitch. Julio Lugo on deck. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Just relax. Take a little batting practice. Or you're going to get pounded by your teammates.
In the 15th, LaRue. Swung on and foul tipped. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Two pitch to LaRue. Weaver dropping down again. Sometimes he'll almost sidearm it. He'll 3-quarter it. He'll come over the top. Change his motion, trying to be deceptive out there. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Use that so too much, and people become aware of it.
2-2. Almost to the backstop. Good play by the catcher. Martin to make sure and stab it and grab it.
He's got it. He's pretty active back there.
Sure is.
Bounces around well, and former Gold Glove winner.
Good player. From that catcher to the Cardinal catcher, the backup LaRue. Can he be a hero? LaRue pops it up on the infield for the first out. So one away, and it brings in Julio Lugo.
We're not going to need him, but I feel a little more comfortable. And now finally Thompson has got up. He hasn't made a pitch yet, but I mean, when you're the only guy out there, wouldn't you want to sit there and start throwing just in case?
One out, runner at third. And what you're saying too, so you can have a line out double play.
Yeah.
And you're not throwing.
You haven't thrown one toss in the bullpen.
Julio Lugo, 1 for 6 tonight. First pitch to him. Pretty gutsy to squeeze here in the 15th.
Let's let the Dodgers think about that more so than the Cardinals.
The 1-0 pitch. 2 balls, no strikes. Mark DeRosa on down. To Lugo, 3-0. For Weaver, you're thinking this is the guy you want to get. I mean, DeRosa, you put the ball in the air and hit it deep, plenty deep enough. And Lugo struck out already tonight. A 3-0 by Weaver. Swinging on 3-0, get out of play. And it will. 3-1.
You're saying all you're trying to do is hit a 300-foot fly ball.
A good speed down there at third base.
Now they're playing 250, something like that.
Maybe.
Manny even shorter.
A 3-1 pitch to Lugo. Outside, that's ball 4. If you're DeRosa, you're saying don't hit it at the double play.
That's it.
But the infield is going to play in.
I think they're going to come out and talk about it. Joe Torre has flashed signs of what he wants, and Hudson will probably, Martin running the show here. Hudson will kind of communicate what they want to do defensively in the infield. Joe Torre will come out and talk. Make sure everybody's set on the defense.
Good morning to everyone out there. It's past midnight here in St. Louis.
Got another ball game today.
I'm sure these players are thankful it's not a day game. awfully gutsy. I'm sure they're picking up that Pujols isn't swinging the bat as well as we've seen him, but
Joe Torre's not insane.
Okay,
he's a very smart man.
You would never go to that position and set a potential double play with Pujols coming up. Just throwing out a scenario. You know what I would do.
I know you.
You know me.
Yeah, you walk DeRosa and then walk Pujols.
I mean, I never want to pitch to him. First and third.
I think Weaver didn't quite believe in that, but decided to do it because it was told to. Playing in at short and second. Outfielders.
First pitch to DeRosa. Chopper to short. Play at the plate and out. And it's up to Albert. Goodness. 6-2 on the putout.
Coming on contact. Running home. Then they're trying to go around the leg. And
Boy, he may have. That is awfully close.
Awfully close, and looked like that hand might have gotten to the bag as a tag just behind it. To naked eye, game action, I thought he was out.
The throw from Pujols was the first base side of home plate. So here's Pujols. Albert struck out against Weaver first time up. And Albert could be the hero here. 2 for 6 with a double and a single tonight.
Outfield still is very uncomfortable as a base hit. You got to play deep enough to respect his power, but a base hit, to them, no one can throw out runner from second.
Check swing, and he went. 0-2. Lugo is the winning run. Good speed at second base. The 0-2 to Albert Pujols. Outside. Weaver's spot is due up first in the 16th if we get there. And they boo again at Busch Stadium.
They get together on this 1-ball, 2-strike count. Sure they're on the same page what they want to do.
One ball and 2 strikes on Albert Pujols. Holiday on deck.
Give him some credit for challenging with fastball in the middle of the plate. Albert got a single in the first time up, a double back in the fourth, and 4 times the Dodgers got him out.
One ball and 2 strikes on Albert Pujols. What an incredible job this would be for Weaver to get out of it after the leadoff triple.
Absolutely. Right now, I'd say the odds are in his favor. And 2-strike count, 2 outs, and runners at first and second.
2-2. 3-2 on Pujols.
Albert's got to be real patient. He'll get out in front. Sometimes, even as great a hitter as he is, and prolific as an RBI man, sometimes he's a little anxious.
Weaver dropped down the last time to strike him out.
In my mind, that's probably what he would do. But, you know, he still throws hard enough that if you're looking for that one, he'd throw the fastball right by you. What he did to Holiday last time up.
3-2. Winning run at second base, the former Julio Lugo. Pujols yanks it foul.
Dropped down, just left it on the inner part of the plate, and Albert way out in front. Some ways, as you know, now he's going to talk to Martin again. I think that was, he was trying to fool him there, and if he made that pitch down and away, was, if you walked him, he walked him. They're trying to get him to swing over the top, but left it on the inner part of the plate, and he just jerked it foul. Almost to the point where he's going to say, I'm going to invent my variation of an ephus pitch, the slowest pitch I can throw, and somehow kind of command it around the zone, preferably away.
The 3-2 to Albert. Into center field, and the Cardinals win it. Gets over the head of the center fielder, a rocket off the bat of Pujols, and the Cardinals win it. 15 innings tonight, and he sends us home Thursday morning.
Challenge him to the fastball, and Kemp actually came in on the ball. I don't think he was going to catch it either way, but he misplayed it on top of it.
What a tremendous victory for the Cardinals tonight.
Great game, great full size. Somebody had to win, and it's the Cardinals, and a dejected Dodger team has lost 3 straight to the Redbirds.